Supervisor Long. Here. Supervisor Michaels.
Here.
Supervisor Flynn. And Supervisor Parks.
Thank you very much. Now is our time. We have a moment of affirmation, and Harriet Wagle has agreed to come before us. She's with the Disabilities Ministries. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for letting me be here. And I had a special treat when I came in and saw the two red hats. I'm with the Disabilities Ministries and have been for years, but I'm also a red hat lady. And I have quite a collection of them, and I have a great time wearing them, and you're beautiful. Wish I had my camera today. Today is a special day for me for a lot of reasons. One, I'm able to come here this morning and meet with all of you, and you know what I think of you. You know how much I care for each one of you. And those aren't false words. I really do. And today's Valentine's Day, so the message had to be on love. And the love verse from Corinthians is short and sweet. It says, love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it's not proud, it is not rude, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, and always perseveres. I would like to say or think that I follow that, but I know that there are times when I'm angry. I know that there are times when I say things I don't mean. I know that there are times when my mouth opens up and words come out that may be offensive, and I feel bad about it afterwards and retreat into my shell and say, oh gosh, how can I undo that? And I usually can't, but it makes me stop and realize two things. One, I make a lot of mistakes. I'm not perfect. And two, neither is anybody else. And that when my feelings are hurt, maybe the person that's hurt them really doesn't realize what they've said or done. Maybe I'm taking it in another way. It all depends on how we hear what's being said. Being a senior, life is a little bit easier for me right now because I hear very little of what's being said. Unless I can see your face and the way that you move your mouth and your lips, I don't always see what you're saying. But I know one thing. I know when you smile, and I know when you look at me and you listen to me, that you're really paying attention to me. And you always do that. In the world of disabilities, the one thing I hear more than anything else is, I feel invisible. Nobody hears me. Nobody hears me. I never feel invisible when I come here. Thank you. Thank you for not just hearing me, but for listening to me. And I'd like to ask you to join me in a short prayer. It's very easy. Lord, just help us to be slow to judge but quick to listen, hesitant to criticize but eager to encourage, remembering your endless patience with us. Help our words to be gentle and our actions to be thoughtful. Remind us to smile and say please and thank you, because those little things mean so much. Help us have hearts that are humble and see the good in others. May we celebrate and appreciate all that we have and all that we are, as well as doing the same for those around us. Help us to speak words that are easy on the ear and on the heart. When we're tempted to get wrapped up in our own little world, remind us that there's a great big world out there full of needs and hurts. Help us to forgive each other as you've forgiven us. When we want to hold on to a grudge, gently help us to release it and reach out with the hand of understanding and love instead. Help us stand up for what is right and good. May we defend the defenseless and help the helpless. Show us how we can make a difference. Help us to be a refuge for those around us. When the world outside is harsh and cold, may our hearts be a place of acceptance and warmth. Thank you for this day when we celebrate love, and for showing us what that word really means. And you do. I couldn't help but think on my way here today how many meetings you must go to in a week. How many mornings you're up at the crack of dawn. How many times you're out of that door before other people are even out of bed. How many lunches do you miss? How many evening meals do you miss? How many get-togethers with your family do you miss because you're dedicated to the community? And I commend you so much for that. This county is a better county because of all of you. You really make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. And I can't imagine you ever saying anything offensive. You're very kind. Thank you. At this time, let's do our Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Michaels, would you lead us?
My pleasure. Please join me in the salute to the flag of this great nation. Hand over heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Second.
We have a motion and a second on the minutes, and seeing no objection, those are approved. We'll now move on to the agenda review for this morning. Supervisor Bennett, did you want to have a comment on that? And I know we have one small one from Johnny Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have, it looks like, 4 people in the audience that can't be here when we get to the CHI item, and they'd like to be able to speak during public comment, even though it's on an agendized item. So I'd like to ask the board's indulgence for them to be able to do that.
Certainly, we welcome that. Are there any other, Mr. Johnston?
Well, it is an amazing morning. There are no changes to the agenda, but a reminder that on item 13, it is a 4/5 vote. Normally the consent agenda goes unanimously, but just to be sure that you're aware of that.
Thank you very much. So with that small change in the agenda in terms of noting the 4/5 vote, we have approval for the agenda as it stands then. Thank you. And now we'll move on to item 7, which is to approve those consent items, which is items 10 through 19.
Second.
First, a motion and a second, and seeing no objection, that too passes. So now we can go on to public comments. We do have a few cards, but our first one is Carol Dean Williams. Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning. Thank you. Carol Dean Williams, 60-year resident of Ventura County. I was going to send flowers this morning, but I had difficulty in spelling fuchsia. Could someone help me spell fuchsia? If I could have spelt that word right, I'd have sent flowers. I want to recognize Lisa this morning on Valentine's Day. Lisa is the mother of 5 young children, 4 to 11 years old. This is right out of a federal appeals court case. Her children played the music a little bit loud, so they were called out for a noise ordinance, playing music a little bit loud. Lisa was never convicted. The police officer came out, was rude. Lisa filed a complaint against the police officer. The police officer discovered that Lisa filed a complaint against him. After 9 p.m., Police Officer West goes to arrest Lisa. After 9 p.m. So Lisa is naked. And so she's able...
Board of Supervisors does not oversee this particular item. Do you have anything else that you'd like to speak on?
Yes.
What else would you like to speak on?
Yes, I wrote you a poem for Valentine's Day. Between fuchsia and fuddle, F, widely known as strong.
Curious whether our other speakers will be able to top that.
All right, moving on to our meeting. We have 4 other speakers, and I believe this is on the Children's Health Initiative. The first one is Susan England. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
Good morning, and again, thank you for allowing us to speak earlier on the agenda. United Way is one of the many stakeholders focusing on how to provide affordable health care coverage to uninsured children in Ventura County, a task that fits with our community impact mission to improve lives by mobilizing communities to create lasting change in community conditions. In addition to local efforts, United Way is part of a statewide collaborative reaching out to engage the business community in finding solutions to the issue of children's health coverage, ways to make our current system more efficient and cost-effective. For more than a year, key stakeholders in Ventura County have engaged in an effort to examine options for providing affordable health care coverage to uninsured children. Stakeholders formed the Ventura County Children's Health Initiative Steering Committee as a forum in which to examine and discuss issues regarding coverage of the currently uninsured children in Ventura County. The CHI Steering Committee is a community collaborative, and the members mirror committees in other communities, with representation from Public Health, Human Service Agency, the local community foundation, the First Five Commission, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, County Office of Education, advocacy organizations, local physicians and hospitals, and United Way. To facilitate the efforts, the Ventura County CHI requested analysis of options to provide health care coverage to uninsured children. The next step is for the stakeholders to work together to identify what is most important and determine the option that will work best to address the issues identified in the options analysis. At its January meeting, the steering committee identified a list of criteria with which to evaluate each option presented in the options analysis, a task set to begin at our steering committee meeting next week. At the same meeting, the group accepted an agreement in principle. I agree to work in the best interest of our community to provide prevention-focused, comprehensive, affordable, accessible, quality health coverage for children, with principles that included create a strong public-private partnership, build upon what works in California's publicly funded state insurance programs, develop sustainable financing that supports the system, maintain and strengthen the existing safety net as a vital component of access to care, minimize barriers and misunderstanding to Ventura County's working families and their children. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to not pre-select an option before the steering committee has had the opportunity to evaluate the respective options through this process. And finally, I call to your attention the fact that efforts are underway statewide to institute a combined local, state, federal funding solution that will make programs serving uninsured children sustainable over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work. Maricela Morales. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. A day of love that transcends fear, My name is Maricela Morales, and I'm a member of the CHI Steering Committee. And I'm here representing today the more than 30 organizations and nearly 2,000 individuals countywide, from Ojai to Thousand Oaks, that understand from their personal experience and or that of their children that health insurance matters, and who therefore support universal health coverage for our children. Research shows that health insurance does in fact matter. And so the long-term, broader vision is for all ages 0 to 64 to have health insurance. For 60 years, those age 65 and older have had health insurance. The wealthy, powerful, and Anglo have historically and consistently enjoyed the protection and benefits of health insurance. Health insurance for the working poor, people of color, and their children continues to be a tortuous journey of small steps. We look forward to continuing in the community collaborative decision-making process facilitated by United Way. The agreement in principles includes protecting our local health safety net, which is valuable and a model. 3 points to highlight today. 1, increasing enrollment in existing programs is a shared goal that is not mutually exclusive with expansion. In fact, it is more cost-effective to expand coverage because in addition to expansion comes an increase in enrollment in existing programs. The January 2006 report by the USC's Division of Community Health that evaluates the implemented CHI programs found, quote, counties have been found to enroll approximately 2 children in either Medi-Cal or healthy families for every 1 child enrolled in the expansion program. Investing limited public dollars in expansion not only provides for additional children, but it also succeeds in boosting enrollment in existing programs. Point 2, the governor's budget includes $72 million for increased outreach and enrollment into existing programs. Why would Ventura County invest our limited local dollars when it can access additional statewide dollars for increased outreach and enrollment? And lastly, this board has made it a sound point to prioritize leveraging local dollars. Local public dollars invested in health coverage expansion makes it possible to access private, local, and statewide foundation dollars. That leveraging opportunity is lost otherwise. We want to continue to thank the Ventura County Board of Supervisors for their attention, and especially Supervisors Long and Bennett for their direct participation as part of the CHI Steering Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work on this. Bernardo Perez? Good morning.
Good morning, and I too want to wish you happy Valentine's Day. And if I didn't already come here with some sense of importance and urgency, it was made more so by Steve's challenge to try to match previous speakers. I won't even try to do that. And certainly not the words spoken by Harriet Weigel. I mean, I did come here confidently knowing the board's dedication and commitment and performance, but her words this morning, I think, helped put it all in perspective. So my personal thanks to you for all the good work you do. And also for the good work that has already been mentioned by Supervisors Long and Bennett representing this collective board in their participation. It's been very helpful to us. It's been energizing to those of us that have been involved for a long, long time, and we're very close to conclusion here, so that's exciting. I'm here as representing El Concilio. I'm chairperson of the Advocacy Committee, and I'm sure you're familiar with the mission of El Concilio. We provide youth and family services to the Latino community, but to the broader community as well, seeking to improve the quality of life of the Latino and broader community here in Ventura County. And we have chosen to sponsor and endorse the CHI, and one primary reason is because the Latino children, Latino families are disproportionately uninsured, although they are largely working families as well. So it's a big impact to those households. We see CHI as being cost-effective, and I know, as has already been mentioned and has been demonstrated by this board, you do seek to be cost-effective and leverage your funds, and we feel that this is a very proven vehicle to do just that in achieving the goal that I think we all share of providing comprehensive coverage for our children in Ventura County. Trying to, in my inarticulate way, to touch upon the words of the moment of affirmation and approaching this from a social justice perspective, each of us wants to be loved and works to give that love back in everything that we do. And this is a way of recognizing that there's no way that one should limit that love, either receiving or giving back. And if you can come to the conclusion, as I believe I see the conclusion, that the CHI is that most comprehensive vehicle to share the love, if you will, in providing benefits, comprehensive coverage to all our children, then I would ask that you appropriately discuss the work thus far, offer your concerns to Supervisors Long and Bennett to bring back to the steering committee as we continue our work, in coming to conclusion. And with that, I thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you for your good work, too. Our last speaker is Penny Bame with the Channel Islands Harbor Lessees.
Good morning. I am Penny Bame. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you, Madam Chair, board members. I'm here this morning, and I feel a love in this room. Thank heaven for the former 3-4 speakers, excluding maybe one. I'm here representing the 17 lessees at Channel Islands Harbor who are very excited about the forward movement at the harbor. We see a rebirth. The 17 lessees, several of them have been there many, many years, 2 in particular, well over 20 years. And we're just here to ask that you not slow this process down and keep it moving, because the harbor is a jewel, as I said last time. The lessees are excited. It is a rebirth, and this is a valuable stream of income to the county. And as a personal aside, I like to say not any one of you is paid what you're worth, doing what you do for this county, and I mean the entire county, not just in your own area, but you affect the lives of everyone in this county. So I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work out at the harbor, too. All right, that concludes our public comment portion of our meeting. We can now move on to board comments. Supervisor Bennett, would you like to begin?
Thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory, and I'd like to call one name out on this list, and that's Joe Reardon, long-term resident of the city of Ventura, and certainly involved in the lives of many people through the operation of the mortuary there in Ventura. I know that County Council strongly cautions us not to talk about agenda items during board comment, so I'll try to be as cryptic as I can. But I appreciate the comments of the speakers so far, and I would want to emphasize that the board is not making a decision today. The board is simply trying to have an initial discussion so that there's some additional information as we go to the meeting in February. So I appreciate you coming today, and just as you mentioned your appreciation for us being there, we certainly appreciate all the hard work you guys have put in on an effort, and it's nobody sitting there paying you to do this. You're doing it because you're really committed to it, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Long, do you have some board comments?
Okay, yes, good morning and happy Valentine's Day. And take time to send good love and wishes to those you love and care for. Just a couple quick things. One, also to thank the speakers, and when the board gets to the item, if you're able to stay. If not, you can all go online later and listen to the discussion, but certainly we'll bring it forward to the meeting next week. I think as we have a responsibility to this board, and as many of you do to your respective boards, it was important for us to have some input from our CEO and our agencies and the in respect of the work to date of the good work of all the stakeholders. And that's what we have before us today. I would also like to thank Penny Boehm for coming in this morning. I had an opportunity to look at the update that we received from the harbor on activities that are going on at the harbor that really does, when you read them, just talk about how exciting the things that are coming finally to fruition in the harbor, and the changes that are going to happen at the harbor that's just revitalizing and recharging and redeveloping the harbor. And this update talked about the demolition preparation for the former Casas Arena annex building and how exciting that is that it's going to start. And the Channel Islands Harbor Marina and the progress that it's making, and the final action that's to take place with the Coastal Commission, and the Marine Emporium work that's underway with the rebuilding of that burned down site, and the projection that we'll be able to actually break some ground for the BIS Center. So I appreciate getting the updates. I think it is an exciting time in the harbor. There's one event that's occurring Friday evening, this Friday, at the Ventura County Maritime Museum. And it's the 15th anniversary of the Maritime Museum, and they're having a dinner in the evening, and they're going to be focusing on the Chinese Ming Dynasty, the Navy of the Chinese, and the history of that, and the ship model guild that's has a display at the Maritime Museum. That's a valuable asset we have in the county, and I appreciate that the Maritime Museum folks are working hard to make sure that the public is aware of that asset and celebrating the accomplishments. And I think that was all I had. I have a couple of journal memories that I'll put up here for the board's consideration. And that's it. Thank you.
I'll go to Supervisor Flynn in 1 second. I think Supervisor Bennett forgot something.
Yeah, thank you. I missed one comment that I did want to point out to the board, and this was an article that was in the newspaper recently. And between 1900 and 1980, the gap between the rich and the poor in America constantly narrowed in every decade except between 1920 and 1930. So every decade except 1920 and 1930 did the gap between the rich and the poor narrow. But data has just come out that between 1980 and 2003, that gap between the rich and the poor has actually widened again. And I would offer that is a troubling trend for a county whose mission it is to try to take care of those people that are defenseless and can't take care of themselves. It's an added burden for us, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to call that article out to everybody.
Puts it in some historic perspective. Supervisor Flynn, your comments?
Yes, it is Valentine's Day. I would like to especially, Madam Chair, board members, wish the news media happy Valentine's Day. And the other comment is to adjourn in memory of the people on this list.
You are their sweetheart. Okay. We can feel the love in the room. I have just one comment, and that's this is the anniversary of the League of Women Voters, which was formed in February 14th, 1920. So happy birthday to the League. I'd also ask that we close in memory of the people on this list. And with that, we'll go on to our next item.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I am so sorry. I apologize. Supervisor Michaels.
I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's just fine. A quick comment. Last week I was not here. I was in Washington with, I'm not going through the acronyms again because they don't sound very nice, but the Southern California Association of Governments. I represent them on the National Association of Regional Councils. And for those of you who are probably over the age of 50 would understand that I go to NARC for SCAG. Anyway, we had our legislative conference and spent 2 days on the Hill. I facilitated a meeting all day Tuesday that was very informative and very scary. We met with the senior staff from both houses Authorization Committee and Approps Committee, and got some kind of insight into what's going to be happening with the budget now that the President has put it out. And I think all of you have heard about the arguments over earmarks. Last week, there seemed to be a consensus reached that there would still be earmarks, but the request was that the earmarks had to go through the authorizing committee. Now, whether we'll ever get our representatives to agree to that, I don't know. But in the transportation budget, which was 90% of our discussion, how are we going to fare in California and, more importantly, in Ventura County with the upcoming budget and the reauthorization of Safety Lou. Earmarks tend to be really great for those who get them, and they tend to destroy the budgets of those who don't get them. And we're all well aware of the freeways that go nowhere in the Midwest and the bridges that go over little tiny creeks because the member had to do something for an election year. So given the state of the budget and given the state of our transportation system, especially in California, we're way, way behind in funding our infrastructure. It was our hope and the word that we carried to the senior staff members that we get beyond earmarks and start looking at the infrastructure of this nation as a whole system. And the argument about the donor-donee states, which if you've never been involved in that argument, has to do with how much tax goes to the federal government and how much of that revenue is returned to the individual state. California is a donor state. We do not get back as much as some of the other states. And so that was the thrust of the discussion, was to look at the system as a whole, try to get beyond earmarks, and to understand what parts of the country really shoulder the transportation burden for the entire nation, mostly having to do with goods movement to ports, the amount of goods that come into our region that don't stay here, and the burden that we have. So we fought the hard fight to try to get more transportation dollars and infrastructure as a whole, infrastructure dollars, which would include stormwater containment, all of the sewers and everything else that we need as a society to function safely and sanitarily. So I will not have any idea how well we did for about another month and a half or so, but it's interesting, and it's something I think the board might be interested in keeping an eye on, and that is how this budget fares as it goes through the House and the Senate this time, and to see whether there's any discipline. We've shown discipline for several years now. Our state hasn't, that's for sure, and it looks like our nation is trying, but has not shown any discipline. The numbers in the budget are good, however, and if we got the governor's bonds and if we got what's proposed in the governor's budget to the overall transportation system, we should start seeing some improvement in congestion relief, et cetera, which was the big thrust of our conference meetings, and that is, what can you do today, the quick fixes to help with congestion? Metering, vehicle miles traveled, charges and taxes as opposed to gas taxes, a lot of technical discussions. It was good. I would have rather been here, but the word coming back is watch the House and the Senate and see whether we get our fair share or whether it gets appropriated out in earmarks to someone else. Now, I say that, and I asked for an earmark while I was back there for the watershed district, but we can't all be straight all the time. And then my other comment would be to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Michaels, and thank you also for representing us and taking the time and going to Washington, and really appreciate that, where it's very cold, and come back to the increasing heat here. And with that, then, we'll move on to our regular agenda items. The first one is item 31, which was, as I understand, is being requested for continuance. I don't know if we need a vote on that, but I'll just move that we continue that to our next meeting on February 28th. Then we'll move on to our healthcare agency on item 32. This is approval of amendments regarding some services providers as well as contract ratification of a grant. Do we have our staff person for this? Okay.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of this item.
I'll second it.
I
don't.
Oh,
we do have a...
she's coming. I withdraw my motion from the floor.
Just waited a couple more seconds there, Linda. Good morning, Ms. Shulman. Happy
I'm sorry.
Valentine's
Good morning.
Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. Well, we need to expand some of our contracts for residential treatment and receive a grant that we do in partnership with the Superior Court that helps us pay for residential treatment for women through the drug court. And that's what the item before you today is.
Thank you for that. Do we have a motion then?
There was a motion down at that end.
Okay,
second it.
Supervisor Michael reinstates the motion, and Supervisor Long seconds it. Seeing no objection, that passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good show. The next item is item 33. This is the Human Services Agency regarding the Workforce Investment Board, and we see Ms. Crandall here to give us a report. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the board. Mr. Johnson, happy Valentine's Day to all of you. With your board's approval, the Ventura County Local Workforce Area is one of the 3 demonstration sites in the state of California to launch this 5-year project, Project Breakthrough, which is funded by the State Workforce Investment Board. It's designed to analyze existing systems and services so that youth with disabilities would successfully access them and transition into the workforce. Work Training Programs is the designated primary provider for this service. Your board approved the initial state grant for startup and modification number 1 in 2004, which took this grant to September 30th of 2005. This grant modification before you today, this modification number 2, will provide an additional $114,856 for year 3, which extends the grant to from October 1, 2005 to September 30th, 2006. While this modification has an effective date of October 1, 2005, the state modification was not received until January of 2006. And as the processing of the agreement with WDP is contingent upon your board's approval of the state WIP grant, these actions are brought before you today, which is the soonest possible date for ratification. So before you are 4 actions. It is recommended that your board, 1, ratify, approve, and authorize the WIB executive director to sign modification number 2. 2, to ratify, approve, and authorize the chair to sign an agreement with Work Training Programs. 3, to authorize the auditor controller to process the accounting transactions necessary to increase the revenue. And 4, to authorize the HSA director or his designee to approve modifications if needed to decrease the amount of the agreement or extend time of performance not to exceed 3 months of the original agreement. And I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions? I have one regarding the transition outcomes for youth with disabilities. And I think I'd asked this previously, too, about how the outreach is for going for youth with mental disabilities.
There is outreach there's several methods by which Work Training Programs is outreaching. They're doing a direct contact with the Transitions Program of Behavioral Health, as well as set up an organization called YTAC, which includes HSA, all other providers, including behavioral health and agencies and providers within the organization. So it's actually 2 methods by which there's outreach to behavioral health.
And now that we see with Prop 63 monies coming in for the mental health and specifically for youth programs, it'd be nice to see that synergy work together and get some good programs going. So thank you for that. Do we have a Supervisor Flynn, you have a question?
Yes, I really had the same question you had, but I'll ask it maybe in a little bit different way. Disabilities would include mental
Yes.
health issues, right?
Absolutely correct.
And with the juvenile court program dealing with the issue of mental illness, I hope there can be some kind of a connection with those youth that then leave the juvenile hall and they would transition, many of them, into a program that you're talking about.
Thank you.
Is that an aim that can be done?
I can sure confirm that that can happen.
Okay, thanks.
It's an excellent suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objection, that passes. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Go on to item 34. This is the auditor controller regarding our basic financial statements. Hello, Christine.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. This is the financial statements for the redevelopment agency, PIRU project, and the statements meet the generally accepted accounting principles, and they have received an unqualified report from Macias and Genie and Company, which is our outside auditors. Unqualified means it's the best opinion the audit can have, that there were no major findings to be disclosed. The table of contents on page 1 will give you an outline of the report. The management discussion and analysis, which is an unaudited portion, basically gives you the economic conditions and the financial data to do the analysis. And I'd like to point out that the cover page, we thank Monica Nolan, our very own, for that graphics.
Great.
If you have any questions.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, we have the report here, and it certainly is true that the redevelopment projects in PIRU are following the purpose of redevelopment. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But when we look at redevelopment generally throughout the county, many projects don't fit into what I think redevelopment's purpose was. And I would like to ask the auditor controller to give a report on redevelopment entities in the various cities that we have and how much money is staying within those redevelopment entities and not being shared by all the entities in Ventura County. I don't know if you have that information available.
For the tax
that you
increment that
could
goes
give
to
that kind of
redevelopment.
information and do it city by city so that we understand maybe some of the financial issues that we will experience in the future. It's my understanding that a redevelopment agency can keep any tax increments above the base year where they start. Am I correct? And these continue for 25 years or 20 years, a certain specified period of time. And then there's always the issue of redevelopment entities asking and requesting, rather, that a redevelopment area be assigned into redevelopment again after those years have been completed. I think we're talking about millions of dollars that the county, the school districts, but especially the county is not receiving, and we should take a look at that and see if these redevelopment projects are truly redevelopment projects that follow the purpose of the law.
Thank you, Supervisor Flynn. Just one note, I recall reading many years ago that the redevelopment agency on Thousand Oaks Boulevard takes $1 million a year from the fire department that would have normally gone to it. So it does have a significant effect in shifting tax dollars away from some essential services. And you're right, they're not always for necessarily helping blighted property as was its intent.
I appreciate those comments. If I can just say this, I know that the projects in PIRU are following the purpose of redevelopment. So it's not an attack on this, nor is it an attack at all. It's simply give us the information so that we know where this money is sitting. Even today, we might find a redevelopment entity that is sitting on top of millions of dollars.
And it is nice to have that mechanism for an area like PIRU.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
I might, again, appreciation to the staff and to Christine's shop for preparing the report. I think it has the best-looking cover of many reports. And Also, Monica Nolan, who has been overseeing the RDA for Piru all these years, the successes I think you'll find on page 11, where it really talks about the net assets increased by 2% and what the funds were used for, clearly fall within what should be used in redevelopment. On page 14, talks about the economic factors in next year's budget, low moderate housing fund, and the dollars that are in that fund, and that there will be an affordable housing strategy report brought to this board in this fiscal year to talk about how the community would like to see those funds used. And on page 23, again, another section on the low and moderate income housing funds and what we have been able to do with the RDA funds to really address some of the housing needs in Piru. So I thought it was an excellent report and appreciate the good work and would move the recommended action.
Receive and file. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. A motion and second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go on to our item 35 now, which is the Children's Health Initiative. We have it looks like about almost 10 minutes, 7, to discuss that. Do you want to go on to that now? I know we have some 9:30 items. Might as well? Sure.
I think particularly we have, I know Mr. Smith here. Let's go ahead.
John's ready
See
to
what
do so.
we
Sure.
can get done.
Good. We're moving right along. Okay, item 35, I believe the CEO, John Johnson, you're going to be giving the report on this one?
Right. Yeah, very briefly, your board requested our office to take a look at the Children's Health Initiative options and give you our opinion. And my suggestion is that the county increase its efforts in the future to assure as many children are enrolled as possible, but to stay with the county system which exists, and to supplement it with a vision and dental insurance product as opposed to going into an insurance product, which I have concerns in the long run for how that plays out.
Thank you. Do we have some comments from the board, or we can go right to our public comment cards, which I know are here somewhere? You don't have any?
Yeah, because
Okay, no, we don't have public comment cards. Let's go to board comment then.
A few things, I guess. You mentioned the fact that we asked you to, give us your opinion. We also asked you to identify what you thought our budget could handle next year in terms of a potential ongoing expense. And so I assume that's the $400,000 is what you're referring to.
Right. The $400,000 is an amount that we've sort of targeted in the budget to above and beyond your existing costs to provide in next year at some point.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I want clarification, because you said ongoing budget, and he said next year.
Okay.
So
Sure.
Somebody needs to tell me, are you talking about $400,000 every year, or are you just talking about next year?
Well, I was contemplating an ongoing effort.
Okay, that was all.
Right,
It's just, you
a
said,
recurring
the way you
expense.
said it in answer to what he asked, I thought, okay, now wait a minute.
Well, if I could, with regard to that, I mean, one of the issues for us all along has been sustainability. What's sustainable? So we're trying to say, what is it that we could do that we would have some kind of confidence? That's at least the question that I think we asked earlier to try to stimulate that. I know we have, I just saw a comment card come up, so I have this stimulates a couple of questions that I'd like to ask, but I think it might be more appropriate to hear from our speaker first.
Okay, with that, Dave Smith?
I have a question and a comment,
Okay.
but afterwards.
Okay, certainly. We'll continue. Thank you. We do have a public comment card on this item. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, everyone. First off, as a former longtime journalist, I wanted to thank Supervisor Flynn for his expression of love on Valentine's Day. It truly touched my heart. I know you did. Yeah. I really had no intention of publicly commenting today. I really came to listen and try to take in the thought process and the thinking that's tied to this recommendation. My concern is, my primary concern is that we continue the CHI discussions with a spirit of collaboration and partnership that I think has been taking place over the course of the last few months. When United Way chose to become directly involved with the CHI movement, we really did so because we felt that it was important for all parties that had an interest, had a stake in this movement. It was important for all parties to work together and to continue talking together as we move through the process. And I feel that the February 22nd meeting that has been scheduled for some time, and the purpose of which is to review the options report, I feel that meeting is really a critical component in the process. And I would hope, as the board, assuming the board moves forward with the CEO's recommendation, I would hope the board keeps in mind that there is a good reason and a cause for us to focus on that February 22nd meeting as a real platform for moving the CHI process forward together. And I think we can continue to work together on this, and I hope that spirit of cooperation continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Great. If I could go back and go to these questions. And one of the things I just would like to point out in response to the speaker, when you talked about assuming that we accept the CEO's recommendation, the recommendation is simply to receive and file the recommendations, not to approve. It's just to acknowledge that we've heard them. I think in the interest of saying this is just to get that first input and get it out there. And unfortunately, lots of organizations are having conversations and getting themselves prepared for the February 22nd meeting, but the Board of Supervisors conversation needs to be public. And so we simply are in this forum, and I think that it is. So in the interest of that, I have a few questions. My one question for Mr. Johnson, could you elaborate a little bit more on your rationale for stopping at the outreach and enrollment and not going into expansion of insurance services?
Well,
if you'd do me a favor, repeat the question.
Could he elaborate on why he's recommending that we stop at the outreach and enrollment phase and not take funding into an expansion of services?
The real thrust of the report is that we not get into the insurance business, and holding up the newspaper from Sunday, health insurance conditions critical, 4 possible fixes. It's sort of a fine line to walk when you're asked for opinions on finance regarding social policy, and I try not to cross that line. My personal views on the subject is I believe all citizens of this country should have it. I just haven't yet figured out how you provide it in a way that fits in with free market, trial court attorneys, all of the different things that impact the cost. And county governments, this is neither a mandated nor a traditional responsibility locally, and our financial resources are such that we cannot expand them ourselves. I mean, they pretty well shut down local government determining revenue increases. Those only happen as they're based on the economy, whether it be the property tax or the sales tax or whatever. So your sources are limited, and the costs of an insurance program of any sort, including your pension funds, is one that can grow on you and can get well beyond your resources. since we have a unique situation in Ventura, I don't know that we're the only one that has it, but we do have a system of clinics, and now we'll soon have 2 hospitals to serve the population of the county that have the specialists and other resources that make for a quality healthcare system. And one of the issues, as I understood from the report and from my own knowledge of the subject, it's not just having the service available, it is getting that service made known and delivered to the population that needs it. And so that was the reasoning that said we should increase our efforts locally, one of our responsibilities, to reach out to our community, but to use the existing system. There are others that could join in that. I noticed in the paper this morning they spoke of it was not inclusive of St. John's. St. John's, I presume, could do as Kaiser is doing. They said it doesn't include Clinicus. That's true, but Clinicus is 100% offset. My understanding is a certified clinic through the federal government, and so those services are also there. So since we have what I consider to be at least a reasonable alternative to getting into the insurance business, that's kind of where my logic was coming from. I don't know if that answers.
Great, thank you. I do think, and I note that Paul Lorenz is out in the audience if we do have any probably more specific or detailed questions about where the report is. I think that one thing I'd like to respond to is the issue as to whether this cuts out other providers. And as I said yesterday when I was asked about this, I don't believe this is an attempt to cut out the other providers at all. In fact, if Community Memorial wants to take a certain percentage of those 5,000 children and provide the same kind of coverage, I think the county would jump for joy in that situation. So this isn't an attempt to try to do that. But a fundamental question that would be helpful for us to know is where the board stands on just whether it is we go with the full insurance option that is out there with the Healthy Kids, or whether we go with the insurance option that deals with that is matched up with the Cares for Kids. The question is the board, where does the board stand on crossing that line and going into some kind of support for insurance? And that would be, I think that's the question I think that's most helpful for us to know, whether just in general, not to try to get down and fine-tune between the two, but just in general, where's the board on that particular question? So that's a question I'd like to, if people could address their comments to that at some point in time here when you're commenting, I think it would be most helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Flynn, you had some questions too?
Well, I just got this material this morning. Let me ask, who is at the table in these discussions? Who will be at the table on February 22nd?
Want me to try to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I can. Well, remember everybody. Supervisor Long might, Mr. Smith might, and Mr. Lorenz. But it's United Way, the Community Foundation, representatives of the hospital, Community Memorial's been there sometimes. Representative from Clinicus is there. Cause is at the table. Representative of CLU, clergy. The clergy group is there. Somebody from what's the federal program? I'm drawing a blank. Head Start has been at the table. Representatives from the
Medical Association.
Medical Association, from First Five, Claudia Harrison, and I think Bernardo is there from El Concilio.
It's pretty round.
It is. Clinicus, Roberto Juarez is there.
Taxpayers Association.
Clinicus is there, yeah. I
St.
guess
John's.
you do ask an important question, and it's hard to answer right at this point because you've got a February 22nd meeting coming up. And Mr. Smith asked that for a collaborative approach, and that means kind of keep your mind open. But one of my concerns is our own health system. If you walk through the health system, which I have on many, many occasions, it's a system that is unlike any other public system in the state of California. public systems generally have bad reputations. Public systems generally have not the best doctors, nurses, etc. Public systems offer, on the most part, a mediocre type service. I remember when I was in the Army, this 50-some years ago, the service then was a public system. It was mediocre. You go to the doctor, and he gives you an aspirin and tells you to go on. What I'm concerned about is continuing to keep our system, but to maximize the quality of the system. And when dollars start flowing outside of the county system to support other systems, the question remains, how does this take away from our effort to provide a quality system for all people who come into that system? Just take a look at our system sometime and the equipment that is used there. The equipment costs money, and that's one of the reasons health costs are so high. Take a look at the cleanliness of the system. If you compare our system today with the system prior to 1986, it's a totally different system. The floors shine, which represent symbolically a high-quality system. They didn't shine prior to 1986. So our fundamental duty is to reach out, to work with others, but to make sure every child is covered, somehow is covered. I think the system cannot reject people. If someone comes to the hospital door, you've got to open the hospital door if the person has no money, no resources to pay for that care. That's one of my first opinions. The second one, I would like to be convinced that the numbers are accurate, or at least in a range of accuracy. So those are my two points. I think we want to commend the people like United Way, David Smith, and others from the private nonprofit organizations taking up this issue of health care. I think it helps bring it to a point of good discussion and a program that we can hopefully support. When I think of Pierre Durand leaving the system and we've got to find replacement, Mike Powers, but I always talked with Pierre and he said, we reinvent our system every year to make it the best system. So you've got a philosophy like that. So those are my concerns.
And just regarding Supervisor Bennett's question, specific to the increased funds for insurance, I think is your first point kind of addresses that.
Well, you know, we do have an insurance program, the HMO County Health Insurance. I think that's an insurance program. So I would have to think about it a little bit more and look at the sustainability of a system in the long run.
But you prefer that it be through county resources, that we use our county system as opposed to insurance for other providers?
That's my position.
Thank you. Supervisor Supervisor Michaels, would you like to go next?
I guess a direct answer to your question, Supervisor Bennett, is no, I do not want to be in the insurance business. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean I am closed to considering what's in this report. I think it would probably be beneficial sometime in the future, and I know it's critical to your meeting on the 22nd for the dialogue to continue, but, you know, I think a more comprehensive report and discussion of each of the alternatives would be good for us to have, you know, because I'm looking at these numbers, and I have to admit that I haven't read the report thoroughly. I need to do some work on it. But the estimated cost of comprehensive health care coverage option is between $4.2 and $5.4 million annually. Now, I do not believe that we can raise that much money. in our county and in our community, no matter how philanthropic we are. And I have a lot of questions about creating something new, when right now we have the absolute best system for the citizens of Ventura County. I'm a member of our county health care plan. I've had hand surgery. I've had the normal things you get when you're 60 years old, and I get absolutely excellent care. The quality of our physicians and nurses and techs is beyond the norm, even in a nonprofit hospital. And so I guess I'm a little concerned as to why this is, the discussion needs to be had, but I think that the tone of the discussion is, in my mind, not the right discussion. It should be what can we, as private, nonprofit providers and advocates for the county and for the children of this county, what can we be doing to supplement and enhance the system that already exists? Why are we talking about a totally new system? I think that the amount of money that this board has to put into the hospital, or chooses, to put in, even though the hospital is, is an enterprise, there is a general fund contribution. The quality, as the CEO said, we have now picked up a second hospital. And I find it somewhat disturbing that, people always come to the county to increase services. I would like to know, is Community Memorial sitting in these meetings? St. John's sitting in these meetings? Probably not. Are the Taxpayers Association members sitting in these meetings? Talking about something like this is huge. And once you get into something like this, should this board or this community as a whole decide to do this, they ain't no getting out. And the costs will escalate. It says, $5 million annually. Well, that's this year, by this year's estimate. What about 5 years from now, 10 years from now? We've seen that these are not sustainable. You cannot foresee the costs. And I think that, I hope that the two members of this committee are listening. I'm trying to give you as much as I can in the way of how I feel and the questions that I think should be covered. We talk about 5,000 children. We have somewhat of an itinerant population in our ag workers. Are these children constantly here? Do they enroll for a year and then move to Kern County? I didn't see a lot of the discussion of things that, to me, are critical to how the system will work in the long term. We're trying very hard to sustain ag, so I believe we will have farm worker population for a long, long time to come. Our economy is becoming service-based, so, we don't have some of the best salaries in those service-based economies, so our numbers will probably stay about the same. Or what happens if they grow? What happens if 5 years from now it's 10,000 children? Does that mean in those days dollars that it's $12 million annually? Those are the kinds of questions I have to have answered. And I will restate, I hope very clearly, that I see this discussion as well-meaning. I think that people should be concerned, and I'm glad the group came together. But I don't know why, first of all, it wasn't decided that we could enhance the existing high-quality system that we have in this county. We're getting no credit for that. It's almost like, well, we're not good enough, so this group's going to go build another one. And that disturbs me greatly. I also believe that the discussion, as I said, and I want to be very clear about this, it should be enhancing what is already here. Now, should there be some sort of discussion about how do we add vision and dental through some sort of cooperative community engagement? Do we start a foundation? Not we, but is there a foundation that raises money and then helps pay for dental and vision, which the county does not do? Or could there be some sort of fund that comes to the county to add to their system? Why are we not having this discussion? And those are the types of questions that are very important to me and that I would like you to carry, basically because when you come back from that meeting, you know that I'm going to ask those questions and you know what my reaction is going to be from this dais if and when we get to a point that we need to move on. However, I do, I think the CEO's report is good, and I think it's a good step to, receive and file those recommendations. They're sound. But as far as future, those are my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Long, would you like to comment too?
Well, since I participate on the committee, I'd like to hear your comments, and then I just might have a few to answer your question as to taxpayer representation. I think around the table we're all taxpayers, but is there someone specifically from the taxpayer group? There isn't that I recall. Bill Barato sits in from Vasita from the business perspective, and there really is the interest of having private sector. Absolutely, would have to have private sector buy-in on this. So,
thank you. My comments on this, I have a few. One, regarding the $400,000 general fund contribution for outreach, it seems to me that once we get a good system in place for outreach, that figure can go down. And I would just ask the county council or county executive officer if you have an idea about whether those are going to be a permanent $400,000 as you see it in the recommendation, or something that once you get the whole system in place, that amount of funds may not be as necessary.
Well, it's really hard to project that. Part of it is that the dollars won't go as far in the future, so I was thinking that maybe it would be fairly steady at that amount of money. But there is also a need to continue the effort. It's not a matter of just getting enrolled, it's keeping enrolled and keeping the educational process. And so the conversations we've had with HCA is that, that's not overly generous, but it, should be it should help, and that and then we should monitor it and see what the results are we're getting.
Okay. And looking at a previous report that came to us, that 5,000 figure that's been thrown around, they say as many as 32,000 children in Ventura County lack health insurance. That's pretty outrageous because you need to be able to get medical services, and I think because of that you find parents not taking their children in because they can't afford it. But of that 32,000, 27,000 are apparently eligible for existing public health services, and I think that's the key. That's a huge amount that aren't getting those services, so I definitely can support the outreach. As far as providing insurance, I share the concerns of other board members here. Because I think that it kind of opens up a wallet that we don't necessarily have here, and one that will expand in the future as the cost of insurance increases. And then I would also note that, this our medical system throughout the nation is broken. We have children eligible for many, many services, medical services. We have seniors. But there's that huge gap in the middle, too, that I think we need to address, of people who don't receive any kind of public subsidy and are uninsured and have no sources out there. So we have a lot of issues regarding health insurance in our country, and it's not something that we can handle specifically at the county level. But I think being able to do what we can to see that if you have 32,000 children that are uninsured, then you can get 27,000 insured. I think that says a lot, and so with that, I certainly can support increasing our outreach to make sure that we can get those 27,000 insured that aren't, and then that 5,000 that is left over. It's my understanding there are, for example, Kaiser out there that can look at those 5,000. And in addition, looking at what other counties are doing, it may be a really good opportunity for private support. And I know this is a teamwork. It takes public-private partnership, but that's something that I think private dollars should be tagged to. And with that, I think we can, fill all the gaps. And I really appreciate the work that everyone has been doing. I know it's a lot of hard work and coming together. And we're seeing what happens when you do come together with all the different agencies out there. You do end up with some wonderful synergy. And I know as a result of the work that you're doing, we are definitely going to get more children seen by doctors when they need it. And I think that's the key. So those are my comments. And Supervisor Long, you wanted to go on?
Well, I appreciate that input. And again, that's really why, as we started down this road last August, trying to keep the board informed as to the work of the CHI stakeholders group, and in December saying to the CEO to be ready to take a look at the report and be ready to give the board some feedback, because we're not authorized as a formal committee. We're not unilaterally going to take an action that this board doesn't support, because we and the stakeholders group very informed as to the quality of the system we have. I mean, Paul Lorenz is at the table, our HSA rep is at the table, so they are very much aware of it. And as you heard from some of the speakers this morning, the next steps are what could we do to even improve it, what leveraging is available to us. We've got the analysis of other models that are out there. We are unique in the sense that we have and have since the late 80s put on the ground, frankly, a very strong system of care that fulfills the mandates we have, and even beyond that. So I look forward to the meeting on the 22nd so that we can now take the report as it's final and ask all the same good questions and carry the comments forward from this board. And we know now that there are also some other external things that may impact some of what steps next that we have questions on and need to do some work on. Is if there is a statewide initiative, what's the devil in the details of that initiative, et cetera. So.
And Supervisor Bennett, you want to complete the discussion?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it was helpful just on the, and I appreciate you haven't had the report long enough to look at all of the details, and we weren't trying to say, okay, now choose between these things, but it is helpful to at least hear what the board's philosophical thoughts are about coverage versus outreach, et cetera, as we move forward and go forward. I think one of the things that we should all be aware of is that there's no other county is having the same discussion like we're having, because other counties don't have the healthcare system that we have, so they haven't had the choice of saying, well, we could do it one way or we could do it another way. We are fortunate to have a system that allows us to at least have the discussion, and it's a legitimate discussion, I think, for us to have at the table. One of the things that I would get out there that's constantly focus of mine is the long-term sustainability of whatever it is that we do. People may talk about, well, what is it for next year? Once you get started, the question is, I think the last thing any of us would want to do is start something and not be able, and then have to be cutting children off. So long-term sustainability, and long-term sustainability is a real challenge in this climate where healthcare is literally imploding. In my opinion, in this country, you have more and more businesses that are cutting people off, not covering them, and so it's unclear how many children will be uninsured in 5 years as this crisis continues to unfold. So that's a big issue for us to consider. But I'd like to ask Paula Renz if you could come down here. I just have two quick questions for you, and they're really more specific, just to try to frame another part of the debate. And I'll ask Mr. Johnson when he gets back on this also. So I'll ask the question slowly to give him a chance to get back. But my question is,
he's back already. We don't want to slow this. We do have a couple hearings coming up.
You're familiar with the two issues out there, which is that the governor has a proposal for it's not approved yet, a proposal for outreach in the budget, and there is also a statewide initiative that is being proposed for the ballot in November. What do you know about the maintenance of effort aspects of those two proposals? Are there maintenance of efforts, and are the details clear what those maintenance of efforts?
Well, with regards to the governor's initiative, which is proposed under the governor's budget, it's around $70 million annually with regards to outreach enrollment. The state has the same view we do locally, which is we need to get as many children enrolled in existing publicly funded programs. The ballot initiative, which is in November, it's estimated that approximately $443 million will be available to counties to fund Healthy Kids initiatives, which is the expansion of Healthy Families. There is question to what dollars that are currently invested by counties would be required to remain in light of drawing down those dollars. So
Is the same thing true with the governor's proposal, that there may be a maintenance of effort aspect to that also?
Not that I'm aware of. I think there are a couple components to that in which, for example, they're looking at counties that have a high rate of unenrolled children that should be enrolled in Medi-Cal and Healthy Families, and those counties would be targeted for increased outreach enrollment dollars.
So as I know you were talking with my staff, and as we are trying to actually, one thing is to sort of have this conceptual presentation, but as we get ready to actually build a budget, what is your recommendation in terms of, as we go to build a budget, if the board decided to do anything? We're not at that decision, but how do we factor in the initiative process, et cetera, from your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, that's something to be very careful about, because historically, at least in recent history, the state has learned that everybody wants to shift who pays for what, and so when they go forward at a certain point, this maintenance of effort is the kind of formula that they have used, whether it be in mental health, courts, you name it. And so I suspect that if there's not something there already, there will be. And what I would suggest is that we keep in mind the funding requirements, whatever your board thinks they may wish to do. And my suggestion is that we not do it until after the election, where we know what laws we're dealing with, which would be in the fall.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you very much. Overall, I appreciate the CEO giving us feedback, and I appreciate the feedback from the supervisor. I think it's real helpful for us as we go to the meeting on the 22nd.
And just to clarify the issue on maintenance of effort, I think the understanding is that oftentimes the government, if they have additional funds to give, the state, they say, but not for the programs that already exist, but actually for any new programs that you bring forward, so that these funds from the initiatives may well be able to be used for this program.
That's right, and if whatever you're funding now, you have to do in addition.
Right.
So.
All right, so with that, should I have a motion to receive and file, and we look forward to the outcome of your discussion on the 22nd. Motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. We do have a couple 9:30 items I'd like to go through and then break for our 10 o'clock. So for those who have 10 o'clock, we probably won't get to you for about a half hour or so. The first item then on our 9:30, this is celebrating 211, Ventura County's referral line, and people in Ventura County can pick up the phone, dial 3 numbers, 211, and get a referral for a host of social services that are available. And this line just went into operation, I think it was February 11th of last year, and we have seen an incredible growth, one that I expect will continue to grow as people become more aware of what the service provides. And with that, I have some resolutions that I'm going to present to the people that helped put together the 211 line. And I know, though, it involves a lot more different agencies than just the ones I'm recognizing, but they are the ones that helped formed it. And just to give you our appreciation. I still think it's one of those services that a lot of people don't know about, so I expect next year when we come back, not only will we have twice as many calls, we'll probably have a lot more than twice as many calls, and that also tells us here at the board that we have to make sure that when we do get those calls to the 211 line, that those services are available when they are referred to them. So with that, I have some resolutions. I'm going to read them up here and then present them to Chuck Watson with Interface and Dave Smith with United Way, and also Claudia Harrison with First Five. So the resolution, it reads, celebrating 211 Ventura County on the occasion of its successful one-year anniversary. Whereas United Way, Ventura County, and Interface Children Family Services developed a partnership in support of 211 Information Telephone Service, a 3-digit, easy-to-remember phone number, support source that delivers through our human service information and referral services free of charge 24 hours a day, and that's pretty significant, to Ventura County residents. And whereas the 211 information service became available to the public on February 11, 2005, receiving over 1,000 calls the first month, per month in the first few months, and increased up to 2,000 by June 2005, experiencing a 69% rise in calls overall in the first year of service. And whereas 211 has had tremendous impact in our community by offering information on important community services such as mental health services, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, resources for basic living needs, protective services, domestic violence referral needs, employment support, child care, and senior citizen support services. And whereas because of the remarkable efforts of United Way, First 5 Ventura County, and Interface Children Family Services, Ventura County is the first county in the state of California to offer 211 service. Thank you for that distinguishment. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors does hereby celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the outstanding Ventura County 211 service and salutes United Way of Ventura County, Interface Children and Family Services, and First 5 Ventura County for the significant work they have accomplished in making the 211 system a great success. And if the three of you would like to come up and maybe give us a few words, as I understand now, we aren't the only county in the state of California, but millions are now being served through 211, and I'll come forward and present these to you. You got a sneak preview of what they'd look like last night at the event, but I have one for each of you. If you'd like to make some comments on your success and what you see for the future, I'd love to hear it.
Good morning, and thank you very much for acknowledging the success of 211. It has been a very interesting and wonderful year. It is absolutely true that every day the amount of service that we're able to provide and the number of people that get served increases. I was telling a story last night at the event at the Tower Club celebrating this success and the people who have been putting money and resources into making this happen, that for the last 3 or 4 months I've been talking about the success of 211 and describing how we had managed to have people change over to, instead of using the 800 number and the other numbers that we have had for years and years and years, to start using the 211 number, and that about 35% of the people that call into our service are using the new exchange. And for a 1-year anniversary, that amount of change is pretty good. That's a good penetration into getting people to change to the new number. Well, as I was preparing my remarks and thinking things, I had staff redo the stats, because you want to be accurate at the last minute. And the last 3 months, the real truth is that it's now been up to 75%. 75% of the calls that we get use the new number. That means that the marketing, that the whole purpose to 211, in terms of making it easy to use and easy to remember, is really starting to work. We're looking forward to the next year, actually to the next couple of years of really moving forward on this. Our biggest kind of challenges that we face right now are recognizing that this is a new system, and there's a certain amount of fragility in terms of the technology that puts it together. And what I worry about the most, and that I'm constantly trying to bolster up, is the infrastructure from the standpoint of redundancy. A lot of our public systems understand the absolute importance of having redundancy, that if one thing goes down, you have to have something immediately behind it. Our system is built upon kind of the nonprofit world of doing things, which doesn't have a lot of redundancy. But this is now a social institution. We need to be there. We need to be reliable and always available. We have to build redundancy. And so I'll be talking about that over the next year and making sure that that happens. Thank you.
Good morning. On behalf of the Commission, we really would like to thank the Board for this appreciation and this resolution. Thank you very much. We've been honored to be a partner with Interface and United Way. We've been able to fund the services, and we thank Interface and United Way for the very hard work in putting the system together and making it happen. We have already seen a difference in the population that we serve, not only in our families that are able to access services by calling 211 directly, but also through the family resource centers that we fund throughout the county. Our staff in those centers have access to 211. And so when they have a family in front of them, they too are able to call 211 and more effectively and efficiently serve that family. 211 has truly strengthened our service system. Thank you.
Good morning again. Thank you, Supervisor Parks and the board for this recognition. On behalf of United Way, you mentioned that we were the first in the state a year ago, February 11th, 2005. I always think it's important to put that in context in terms of where we are today with 211 in the state of California and beyond that in the nation. Because it's one thing to look at the statistics locally and say, well, what else is happening elsewhere? We launched on February 11th, 2005. On July 1, 2005, 5 additional counties in Southern California went live with 211. Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, Riverside, Orange, and San Diego counties. At that point, 211 service was available to roughly 18 million Southern California residents, pretty significant number. As we go through 2006, 6 additional counties in the Bay Area and San Bernardino County will go live with 211 service. At that point, about 85% of the state's population will have access to 211 service. The goal is for there to be 100% coverage in the state of California by the end of 2008. And that's a very significant goal, particularly when you consider the need and the role that 211 can play during time of crisis, time of disaster, as was shown during Hurricane Katrina and Rita, when the 211 systems in Louisiana and Mississippi basically took over the emergency service lines that were down, and 211 call centers were up and running. So this is important work that we've been doing. I think the partnership between Interface, United Way, and First Five speaks to what I was talking about before, that collaboration really does work. It really does pay off for our community. Thank you very much.
I would just note, too, of the collaboration with the private sector, too, that they have funded a significant portion of this, too. So that's wonderful to see. And then also connecting with the other counties and joining in a collaborative to make sure that we always have 24-hour service everywhere. So thank you for your service. Really appreciate it. Look forward to next year and hearing the numbers. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good work. Madam Vice Chair, the next item is?
Yes. On item number 21. And we actually have a card on this also, so before we have the reading, Dwight Moore, would you like to come speak? This is regarding the Ventura Santa Paula Greenbelt. Happy Valentine's Day, Mr. Moore.
Well, happy Valentine's Day, Linda. Chair, Supervisors. I'm a farmer. I live on the farm that my grandfather bought 100 years ago. I hope my family's still living there 100 years from now. By excluding from the Greenbelt land that is outside the city curb lines, I believe that the Greenbelt ordinance is directing development towards specific areas and away from other areas that are more suitable for development. It is wrong to assert that because the Greenbelt is protecting some lands, you can ignore where development is being redirected, specifically Adams Canyon. For that reason, the notice of exemption from environmental review please heed that, is inappropriate for this ordinance. In October of 2000, the Board of Supervisors similarly injected themselves into local politics by approving a Greenbelt ordinance for the city of Fillmore a month before the voters went to the polls to choose between a SOAR initiative and the city's inaptly termed Vision 2020 Greenbelt ordinance. They did this, of course, to please the city of Fillmore. They excluded, in this ordinance, they excluded some of the most beautiful and productive land in the county, the Goodenough Road area. Fortunately, that ordinance provided that, and I quote, following adoption of the updated general plan, the county of Ventura and the city of Fillmore will, and I emphasize will, amend the boundaries of the Greenbelt to conform to Fillmore's revised general plan study area. Fillmore adopted the general plan update in 2003. What is the status of adding Goodenough Road to that Greenbelt? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does the board have any comments regarding this? I know this has already gone through the process of going through the cities and to the Board of Supervisors, and it is an interesting comment that by protecting some areas, will it have an impact other ways?
I would, since it's a Ventura-Santa Paula thing, it's appropriate representing Ventura, I'd move the recommended action, which is the second reading of the, an adoption of the second reading of the order.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that motion passes. Thank you. Our next item is also a second reading, and this one is regarding the copying fee record of copying fees, and we do have a speaker card on this one also. This is Carol Dean Williams. You have 60 seconds.
Thank you. I occasionally use the Public Records Act, and I'm appalled at Supervisor Long and Bennett saying that someone copied 100,000 pages. I am always charged 50 cents. That's $50,000. Who in their right mind is going to pay $50,000? You have used that example. And the law says, Government Code 6253A, public records are open to inspection at all times during the office hours. Section 6253.1, when a member of the public requests to inspect a public record. I guess I can use the library. I go to the library. The librarian tells me the book I want is over in the Camarillo Library. Is there any discussion of retrieving that? It's in the library.
Your time is up, Mr. Williams. Thank you for your comments.
Move the recommended action.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that also passes. And we now have a 10 a.m. Time certain, but I would like to take a 5-minute break for the board. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We're about to begin. If our planning staff can come back into the room. Begin again. Let's start that over again. No, not adjourning. We're reconvening, and if, thank you, Supervisor Michaels, if we can all come back into the room. Okay, this is now we're on item 23. This is a zone change request, and I believe we have some staff to present this to us. Great. Glad to see you.
Good morning. Okay. I need the overhead on, if you please. Throw this up here. Okay, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Rodriguez. I'm representing the Planning Division this morning. I'm before you to present some information on the conversion of the Palms Motel into low-income housing to be located in the community of Piru. The project is located on a 1-acre parcel located at 3807 Telegraph Road. This is a location map. Exhibits 2 and 3 of your staff report contain them. The discussion is the applicant is the Area Housing Authority. They're also the property owner. They're requesting a zone change from M2, which is light industrial, to M1, which is an industrial park. Let me put up this. Industrial park to accommodate a low and very low rental residential project. The Area Housing Authority intends to operate the facility as a government building, which is an allowed use in the M1 zone. The government building is defined as a building, structure, or other facility operated by a legally constituted federal, state, or local government authority, excluding a community waste treatment facility, and the Area Housing Authority meets that definition. The property was formerly known as the Palms Motel. It's in the process of being rehabilitated to meet current zoning and building codes. These buildings were constructed, the original ones, between 1955 and 1959. And rehabilitation of the Palm Motel includes the conversion of 4 existing buildings housing motel rooms and an additional structure, which was the motel's manager residence, into long-term housing. The total number of rental units will be 15. At the Planning Commission hearing on January 19th of this year, plan development permit and a variance were approved by a vote of 5-0, subject to a set of conditions, and one of those conditions requires the applicant to receive a zone change from your board in order to allow the facility to operate. So the Planning Commission recommended approval of the subject zone change, which we're here to discuss today, based on the zone change findings outlined in Exhibit 1 of your board packet, Section D. Other than the applicant, no one provided public testimony at the Planning Commission. Letters of support were received by the Redevelopment Agency of the County of Ventura, the County Chief Executive Office, the City of Fillmore, and the Piru Neighborhood Council, and these letters of support are contained as Exhibit 12 in your packet. The project was completed in compliance with CEQA, and negative declaration was prepared. In addition, the project was distributed to property owners within 300 feet, and the Valley Advisory Committee, the City of Fillmore, the Fillmore Unified School District, the Piru Neighborhood Council, the Redevelopment Agency, and the Fillmore Piru Environmental League. So therefore, based on the proposed findings in the staff report, the staff recommends that you adopt the recommended actions as outlined in your board letter. And this concludes my presentation. However, Douglas Tapking, the Executive Director of the Area Housing Authority, is with us, and he has a short PowerPoint presentation he'd like to show you.
Thank you. Mr. Tapking, I hear you have a short PowerPoint presentation.
I think I heard the word emphasized short. My name is Douglas Tapking. I am the Executive Director for the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura, and this is a project that we have been working on in cooperation with the County of Ventura for a couple of years now. This property provides 15 units, and what I'd like to do is quickly run through and show you some of what's going on, what we've done in this process, and why it's so important to our area. This is, in fact, a conversion of what has been known as the Palm Motel. The Palm Motel is 15 units. It has been a motor hotel for a number of years. We are taking it and preserving it. We are providing 15 units of affordable housing to the residents in the area. It is fully occupied. We have been successful in doing the conversion with the cooperation of the county and have put in there a fair amount of money in order to do so. I think several things that I'd like to stress to you during this is that this would not have been possible without the cooperation of various individuals from Ventura County. And quite frankly, many of them are in the room today. The Board of Supervisors, you need to be thanked for your cooperation in ensuring that funding was made available to this, but there are staff members that are critical to this. And Johnny, I wanted to thank you specifically for the people on your staff who helped make this possible, including Christy Madden and Mark Suma, Susan Van Abel, and Monica Nolan. I think you've seen her several times. Your staff also, further on down the line from Chris Stevens, worked with us incredibly competent people in order to make this happen. Kim Rodriguez oversaw the process, and Keith Turner. And we wish to thank them publicly for this. You need to hear it. I think many times you only hear the complaints. And today we are not here to do that.
You did have a problem with the sewer line running uphill?
Well, that's one of the things we did have to fix, yes. That was quite interesting, actually. As you can see on the slides, there are many things that we had to go through and correct, many health and safety issues that were involved in this process. And as a result, we have expended about $1.5 million in order to make this something that you will be proud of, I think, for the next number of years. The Area Housing Authority will move forward on this, and we do need your approval in order to complete the rehabilitation today. The illegally converted garages have been done. We currently meet all the standards. All the agencies have worked in order for this to happen. You committed almost $750,000 in home funds. The Area Housing Authority has put in an additional $730,000 into this project. All of the agencies have worked. The property was rehabilitated without significant relocation of any individuals. We moved a trailer on and moved them into the units in order for them to live on the same site without disrupting their lifestyles a great deal. Many times we had a problem moving them out of the construction facility back into the units. Here's what I'd like you to see, what still needs to be done. The landscaping has to be completed. That's all the green area. The sound wall will go a long way to ensuring that this property is usable and meets current standards. And then a new parking area which will be covered. Mold issues out there, the sewer line that Supervisor Flynn mentioned that we had to correct, insulation. We expect all of this to be done sometime by the end of this month, perhaps early March. Drainage, new barbecue areas. Thought you'd like to see really what went on out there. The old rooms, what the new rooms look like, the hazardous electrical that was early in the I don't know, the old bus bar units that were sitting in there to the new systems that were placed in. Much of what you see may not look like much, but when you actually go out there, and if you're familiar with any rehabilitation job, the minute you open up a wall, you look at it and you go, oh my God, why am I here? And then when you get finished with it, you have a place that you can be proud of. Foundations that were crumbling, not built to code. The garage conversion, which was what started this whole thing off. And Linda, we talked about this in the past on how some of this had been opened up and they had been converted, closed up, and then had to be unoccupied by the previous owner because of those illegal conversions. And we didn't want to see another El Tapatio develop on our hands, so we were able to step in and correct this. Oops, let me back up. I thought you might like to see, actually, well, maybe I can't. One more. This is what the insides look like now. Very traditional tongue and groove. Very, very nice for the area. This is the finished product after it was completely rehabilitated. Much of that was taken down and put back in. New kitchens, new appliances, gas lines. Questions? Very quick.
Nice job. Other questions?
How about if you just address the residency, the tenants, or the rental cost. I mean, this is
low-cost housing.
Yeah.
Individuals pay a portion of their rent for this. It is all below market rate. I did not bring with me the exact cost of the rents today. Be happy to provide that to you. But they are all low-income individuals, and all of the people that we deal with must qualify on an income basis, and these all are about 30% of the median income. So rents are substantially below $1,000, way below that.
That's what I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Do we have a motion then?
Thank you.
Project.
Second.
I'd like to commend the Area Housing Authority and yourself and your staff for the work that you've done through the years. It's really been helpful when you have a place that I as a supervisor, can call for assistance. Thank you.
Okay, and so that motion is to find the negative declaration as certifiable and certify it and adopt the zone change.
Correct. And thank you for your tenacity.
Okay. We have a motion and second. I've seen no objections. That is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good work.
Okay, our next item is item 24. Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnson. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Watershed Protection District. I know you're pressed for time. I have a short slide presentation if you'd like, or I can just go to questions.
Does anyone have any questions or a strong desire to see the slideshow?
No.
Don't hear? No? Okay.
Move the recommended action.
We have a, thank you. And if you happen to have a hard copy of the slideshow presentation or the PowerPoint, I would enjoy seeing it at my leisure.
I do, and it's my understanding that the clerk of the board has
Thank you.
them.
I appreciate that.
Great.
Thank you.
And before you leave, Mr. Pratt, I know Supervisor Flynn has a comment to make.
I'm just going to read a quotation, and I'm not going to talk about it. But let me turn this on first. It's a quote from after the floods of 1969 and before FEMA, and it's a quote that I'm going to take from something that A.P. Stokes, the Public Works Director, a long time ago. And he said, major lessons learned or re-emphasized during the floods were the vital need to curb restrictive encroachments on the floodplain through adoption of floodplain regulations by ordinance. Now, I hope we can consider what he said a long time ago about lessons learned as we go through this study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Flynn, and not just floodplain regulations, but not approving developments in the floodplain when it can flood. Supervisor Bennett.
And I would offer that, I mean, it's obvious with this report, you guys are hustling. That's one of the reasons why you have to go outside, and I think we know you're hustling. We appreciate it. Hope that things get to the point where you've got so many talented staff and everything that you don't have to go outside in the future, but we know that's where you're
I can give you some numbers on that, Supervisor Bennett. Just something I wanted to share. We've had a past peak year capital project delivery, about $14 million. It's been on the rise for about 4 years now, some of the improvements we've already made. We're currently carrying about $47 million worth of work. A lot of that's because the reason for that great increase, because a lot of the processes that we deal with in that system, the capital project delivery system, have been abbreviated. And not to suggest that we need them all abbreviated, but there is room for, we have capacity and there is room for improvement. And that's what this is about. It's not about more people. It's not about more money. It's about improving what is probably a dated system, which hasn't evolved with the times.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. And we had a motion and a second, and I don't see any objections, so that item is also approved. Now we're going to move on to item number 26, and that is, see, you see the question mark at the end of that sentence. Item 25, this is an ordinance repealing rules and regulations for service area in El Rio and reestablishing. Yes, Mr. Picala.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. Reddy Picala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. This is the first reading of an ordinance repealing current ordinance number 4070 for county service area number 29 and 30, and establishing an ordinance for CSA number 34. County service area number 29 provides wastewater services to the beach communities north of City of Ventura. CSA 30 provides wastewater services to Nyland Acres. In December 2005, Ventura County LAFCO created CSA number 34 for the operation and maintenance of the El Rio sewer system, which is under construction. We are constructing El Rio system in phases as funding becomes available. Therefore, it's appropriate to adopt a new ordinance for the administration and establishment of uniform requirements for the operation and maintenance of the 3 sewer systems. The proposed changes are shown in Attachment A in a legislative format. A summary of the proposed ordinance will be published prior to the second reading on February 28, 2006. This concludes my verbal presentation. Glad to respond to any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? I don't see any. We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objection, that does pass. Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you.
Title of the ordinance. An ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura repealing Ventura County Ordinance Number 4070 and establishing amended rules and regulations for Ventura County Service Area Numbers 29 North Coast, 30 Nyland Acres, and 34 El Rio wastewater facility systems.
Thank you. And we'll now move on to item 26 on our agenda, and that is our county comprehensive annual financial report. Hello,
Good
Ms.
morning,
Cohen.
Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. I'm Christine Cohen, County Auditor Controller. The item before you requests your board receive and file the County of Ventura Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for the year ended June 30th, 2005. You should each have received a report like this previously. This report presents the financial position and activities for the county. The CAFR provides 2 narratives. There's the management's discussion and analysis starting on page 19, and the transmittal letter on page 5, which provides the overview and an explanation of the basic financial statements. Briefly, the financial statements have been audited by Macias and Genie & Company and received an unqualified opinion. I would like to take a moment to introduce Mr. Jim Godsey from Macias and Genie and David Livingston. Mr. Godsey will address the board with respect to required communications following professional auditing standards.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Godsey.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jim Godsey. With me today is David Livingston, Senior Manager on the engagement. I think the clerk of the board just handed out just a very short outline here this morning of our presentation. We have completed our examination of the financial statements of the county for the year ending June 30th, 2005. Our audit was performed in accordance with generally accepted accounting auditing standards and with governmental auditing standards. Based upon the work performed, and there were no restrictions placed upon us, we received a great deal of cooperation from all levels within the county, especially within the Auditor Controller's Office. Based upon that work performed, we have expressed an opinion, an unqualified report, indicating that the financial statements present fairly in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards, the financial results of operations of the county for the year then ended. The current standards require that we also have required communications. You've received in your package a separate letter from us that goes through a number of items. A few of those highlighted items that I'd like to cover this morning deal with, first, the auditor's responsibility under generally accepted auditing standards. As I mentioned before, we have AICPA's auditing standards and, in this particular case, governmental auditing standards. Those standards require that we obtain reasonable but not absolute assurance. Clearly, with an organization of this size, it's impossible for us to come through and look at every transaction. We, based upon our experience and our extensive experience within governments, we use our a sense of judgment to identify those areas of risk that are most important to these financial statements. And we apply those standards, those tests to those areas of risk. We applied all of those to our satisfaction. Second area was management judgments and accounting estimates. Audit failures typically in the past have dealt more with areas where you have estimates and judgment, more so than the actual hard records. We look at very closely on those. Examples of those would include allowances for doubtful accounts. If you have receivables and there's a question as to the collectability of those. If you look at claims payables when you're talking about self-insurance areas. So those areas get special attention from us, and we're satisfied with those. If there were any audit adjustments, we only had one relatively small item that we identified, and because of its insignificance, management elected to pass on that, and we concurred with that past audit adjustment. There were no disagreements with management on accounting standards, so we were very happy with that, and there were no significant difficulties encountered during the audit. Any audit is difficult. There were a lot of issues that we go through. This was our initial engagement for the county, so there was extra time and effort on both our part and the part of a lot of people here at the county, but there were no unique difficulties encountered. The last area that I want to touch base, or this next area, is considerations of fraud. This is a new audit standard now. It's not so new. It's been out for a few years. A lot of this came out of the Sarbanes-Oxley and the audit failures that we saw in the Fortune 500 companies. And the standards require the auditors to come through and to plan their audit to detect significant fraud. And that's what our effort is all about. So there's two levels of this, and the biggest one of the areas is additional extensive interviews with people from all the way from the board level all the way through the various levels within county government. So we do that not for the purposes of accusing anybody of fraud, but for talking to these key people and finding out any concerns that they have about where the weaknesses are in the county, so that we can take that information, put that back into our planning model to make sure that we have done the adequate testing. The second side of this is what we refer to as data mining. Data mining is the ability to use technology to go through and look at the underlying records that are produced by the county and do analytical review to look at those anomalies, those exceptions that had we seen those, we would have come through and we would have asked the question, why do you have employees that are receiving pay that are not in the official employment records, HR records of the county? So we do a lot of cross-testing, and that includes looking at vendors to see if there's employees of the county that are also vendors, to see if you have vendors that are in there multiple times with different addresses. So there's a lot of detailed test work that we're doing in there. All of the work we did came out positive, and we were satisfied with all the explanations that we received on all those issues. And the last item there is just a reminder that it's management's responsibility to design their systems to protect the assets of the county. And it's our responsibility to come through and do an audit, to conduct the audit of those responsibilities. The last item here is just the current status. In addition to the financial statements, we also do a single audit. Single audit is audit of your federal financial assistance. That audit is in progress, substantially complete. As of this point in time, we do not have any material weaknesses or findings as part of that. We have identified 6 major programs that we're looking at. And we do have a management letter that will be issued as soon as the single audit is completed. Again, that we have not identified at this point in time any reportable conditions or material weaknesses in internal controls. If we do, as we finish up this audit, those will be included in that report. That's our overview. If there's any questions we can answer at this time, we would like to do that.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Michaels?
Yeah, in your discussion of testing for fraud, did you look at snapshots of all departments?
It would not necessarily include every department. we look across the board. So when we're looking at those underlying records, we're looking at payroll records for the entire county, not excluding anyone. And one of the advantages of the work that we're doing currently right now is it's not being done, the traditional audit was always on a sample basis. So you look at sample sizes, relatively small in relationship to your population of 40 or 60, or our large sample size might have been 100. When we're looking at this using the electronic software, we're looking at 100% of your transactions. We're looking at every transaction within that payroll file, every transaction within that vendor payment file, and we're trying to identify any anomaly, any issue that would potentially result in fraud. So we're getting much more coverage than traditionally was done in the past.
Okay. Would vendors include our lessees?
They would be included and they would be subject to.
And you found nothing?
Nothing came to our attention on that, no.
And I'm assuming that includes the Harbor Department? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I thank you for the report, and I want to congratulate Christine for a glowing report and unqualified as the previous audit we had here today, this morning.
Thank you, Chair Parks. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Mercy Greco, Chief Deputy Auditor Controller in my office, and sitting back there, she's shy, and her entire staff with the Financial Reporting Unit in my office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so you are the auditor's auditor. Thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
Excellent job.
And I just want to be clear, there will be a final letter that will come from you after you finish a single audit. What's your timing? When do you expect that? Try it again.
No later than March 31st.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next item, which is our, do I have a motion
Motion receive and file?
We do have motions to receive and file.
Very nice cover on this, too. Thank you.
Compliments again on the cover.
I like the cover.
And seeing no objection to that motion, that does pass. And we'll go on to now item 27, and this is a presentation by the Human Service Agency's Partners for Peace, a message of hope on this Valentine's Day. Good morning, Mr. Meyer.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston, it is my pleasure to present our Partners for Peace, moving from No Si Puede to Si Se Puede document. This is a white paper we produced about 6 months ago now. It may have been a little cool on your reading tables, but it's not been cool in our hearts and minds. Let me give you a little introduction as to why this is an important topic and all these people that are here related to this. A couple years ago, we had what I would characterize loosely as an epidemic of murders in the county. And although Oxnard was the primary focus, we had headlines of murder after murder in Oxnard. Actually, all throughout the county, we were having an increase in the murder rate. There's nothing more traumatic to a family than cold-blooded murder. I mean, as you know, I've been spent most of my career in child abuse, but this was out of hand. This was a new area of concern, and so Supervisor Flynn and I discussed this and said, what can we do in the Oxnard area as part of our responsibility as county officials to partner with the city, the faith community, law enforcement, nonprofit organizations. It's easy for everybody has a theory as to why there might be something causing these increased murders, traumatizing these families. We wanted to slow down, take a breath, conduct a thorough literature review and study of the themes and activities what are causing these this high murder rate. Now, this high murder rate has reduced throughout the county, but there's still a problem. It is still not at the level that it had been, and there are still families being traumatized. But we have joined together in a partnership. The first partnership was an anti-violence task force. Supervisor Flynn asked me to convene our best professionals, thinking minds. So we had people from the Human Services Agency and our workforce arena getting people jobs, if that's part of it. Our social work staff, we have behavioral health, mental health, alcohol and drug, parks and recreation, domestic violence, faith community, the Partnership for Safe Families as well. All of us gathered together and started studying this. We didn't know it at the time, but there was also the effort to have the gang injunction in Oxnard, and that was a parallel but complementary effort to ours. We need to contain the acting out that's been happening and get it calmed down so that we can address those underlying factors. This report talks about best practices throughout the country that we've identified. The Human Services Agency and the county commissioned this report. I think it's an outstanding piece of work. Barbara Marquez O'Neill is going to present a summary for you of that report today. But I would like to acknowledge the folks that are here today. We have Chief Crombach, Mike Madlock, Grace Hoffman from the city, and we have Partnership for Safe Families, Dina, everybody. I can't name them all. But Partnership, if you would stand up. Terry Miller, David Friedlander, most of whom you've met before, Mike Klee, former probation officer, and Barbara. We also have Public Health, Paula Renz, Linda Schulman. Everybody has really been terrific. My staff has been wonderful. Linda Lee has been point person most recently on our transformation from the Anti-Violence Task Force to Partners for Peace. Partners for Peace is a joint collaboration with the city, co-chaired by Supervisor Flynn and Mayor Holden, trying to seek a solution, a long-term sustainable solution that isn't dependent just on grant funding that comes and goes. There have been many things over the years that have worked, but we want to have a sustainable community-based solution that we can be proud of. Barbara, I'm going to introduce Barbara, and Barbara also has a guest that she'd like to introduce to you before we get to the PowerPoint.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair Linda Parks, Supervisor Flynn for championing this, board members, and Mr. Johnston. We are very, very pleased with the opportunity to be able to come and present this work. Before I do that, I would like to introduce to you a very courageous and amazing, empowered woman from our community. Her name is Marissa Martinez, and I will let her tell a little bit of her story. Marissa?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair Parks, Supervisor Flynn, board members, and Mr. Johnston. My name is Marissa Martinez, and I am a resident of Oxnard. I wish to thank Supervisor Flynn, the City of Oxnard Mayor Holden, Mr. Ted Myers, and Chief of Police John Crombach for their visionary leadership in recognizing the importance of safe, peaceful, and thriving neighborhoods. Vince Martinez, my son, was a victim of a drive-by shooting on March 11th of 2005. This incident took place directly in front of my home in Oxnard, and Vince died immediately in his father's arms. Vince left behind his twin brother and 2 other siblings. Violence comes in many forms, and it affects all of us in a unique way. As part of our healing process, my husband Rigo and I have formed a chapter of Ventura County Parents of Murdered Children. In honor of my son Vince, the chapter's byline and acronym of his name, Violence Isn't Necessary, Compassion Excels. Please take a moment and say with me, violence isn't necessary, compassion excels. Thank you. I'm closing, and I would like to state that I am fully supportive of the Partners for Peace and their proposed solution to have a master action plan to address the social issues of interpersonal and community violence. Some of the members of my support group and Parents of Murdered Children are here with me to show their support. Would you please stand? Thank you. We thank you for the opportunity to share our united voices for safe and peaceful communities. Please accept our message from our hearts that violence isn't necessary, compassion excels. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marissa. As I started preparing for this presentation today, I thought how appropriate that we speak about safe, peaceful, and thriving families on Valentine's Day, the day of love. The title, moving from No se puede to Si se puede, is explained in the author's note of the report that you will be handed out. And I would suggest and highly recommend that you read it to understand why that title was chosen. We really want to emphasize the message of hope, a plan for peace from a strength-based approach. I'm a little challenged with this sometimes. Oh, right here? Okay, thank you. As Ted mentioned, the task force was formed in December of 2003. He gave you the history of that, where Supervisor Flynn was really championing this. He wanted to find out about these homicides, why were they happening. We came on board as the Partnership for Safe Families and Communities early in the process. It moved to phase 1, where we realized that we needed to define the problem. We needed to know and develop recommendations. So I was hired to do some research. I brought on board a couple of colleagues, Mike Klee, who is also a dear friend. He's in the audience today, and another dear friend and colleague who is not here today, Naomi Inaba. We did the report. We wrote it. We moved into phase 2, where a steering committee was formed. Here, we started really looking, and the whole process started evolving. We really recognized that while we started in the city of Oxnard because of the homicides, any death, one, is too many. And we really need to look at it as not just an Oxnard issue, but an issue that involves all of us. We are all connected in this county. So now we are in the process of looking at phase 3, where we are looking at an action plan and an implementation plan. Next slide. Our goal is to have a county-wide lifetime commitment to co-create safe and resilient neighborhoods and communities. We consider that we are all partners for peace. That is from the community all the way to all our policymakers. Next slide. The purpose was to look and determine at the prevalence of violence in Ventura County, identify the contributing factors to violence, and provide possible frameworks, looking at best practices. What's out there in the nation? What can we replicate? What can we do? What pieces can we take to actually create safe neighborhoods? And we need to look at the assets within our individuals and our communities rather than look at the deficits. We have many assets here. Next slide. Research tells us that violence is a learned behavior, and it is preventable. While we were doing the research, we found that there is a strong need for unified leadership. Leadership not only from policymakers, but leadership from our community, leadership from our youth, leadership from the parents, all of us. We need increased shared accountability, dedicated, consistent, coordinated countywide violence prevention efforts. We found that there was much fragmentation in the efforts, and money is wasted that way. We really need to look at it in a coordinated fashion, spend our money wisely, and really join together to make this happen. Institutionalized sustained funding. We looked at the whole issue that grants come, grants go, programs come, programs go, and the focus takes its eye off of the violence. We need to have a sustained effort so that core staff can be there. We know they're there to move this forward, and then supplement with grants. We need a master action plan. Why? Because we need to know where we're going. We need to know how to get there. We want to adopt a holistic and ecological model. What that means is really looking at all aspects of violence, looking at all aspects of the assets, and also looking at the ecology, meaning the social fabric of our community, as well as the physical environment of our community. We need continuous research, planning, and evaluation. Why? Because things are always changing. New research is coming out. We want to do what is best and use the best information that is at hand. What causes violence? That's the big question all the time. Well, it's a very, very complex issue. There is not one cause for violence, but an interaction of multiple factors. Those factors are biological, social, economic, political, and cultural. And when I say cultural, I invite you to think of culture as a very, very broad definition. Ethnicity is a piece of that. It's much broader in what it means. Social and cultural also speaks to the learned behaviors. What are the risk factors? Exposure to community and family violence, economic disparity, poverty, discrimination and oppression, community deterioration, again looking at the social fabric of the community and the physical condition of the community, mental health issues, media violence, access to firearms, that's huge, truancy, high dropout rate, involvement in serious but not necessarily criminal behavior. This is a real tag that we can really intervene here and work with these youth. You may see many misdemeanors piling up. No felony offenses yet, but a lot of misdemeanors. Access to alcohol and other drugs, another huge factor. Again, we really want to look at the resiliency factors. They really started looking at this in the early 1970s. They were always looking at what's wrong with the youth, what can we do, then they started looking at that there were some youth in the same family who were really thriving, doing well. And they started asking the question, what are they doing right? What positive influences are there? And they came up with the 3 pillars of resilience, looking at external supports, be it a teacher, an aunt, a faith leader, an inner strength that the child is innately born with, the character that is there within them when they're born, learn skills such as learning about how to cope with their feelings, using art or the arts to really work out some of their issues. And so trust is key. We need to focus on the individual skills, not the problem. Again, looking at the positive aspects of these youth. Mentor and support our youth. Provide meaningful work. Encourage community involvement. Key. We can make all the decisions and move forward as much as we want, but if we do not involve the community, involve the parents, we will not help create that strength and attachment to family, school, and community. In our research, we have, and in the paper you will find models that go beyond California. We have national models there. What we found were these are just some examples of some of the models that are working here in California. What do these all have in common? There's a high violence rate there. We're not suggesting that we take a model from another city or county and just plop it in here. What we're suggesting is that they have some pieces that work very well. We don't need to recreate the wheel. We can actually take aspects, see what works for us, and then move from there. What other thing is that you might ask is, how did they do this? How did they pay for this? City of Oakland, they passed a measure Y they call it. Alameda County went into their general funds. San Jose went into their general funds. It's a city. They pumped $3 million into this effort in San Jose. But they also provide programs. So there's a way to do it. Partners, there's also public and private partnerships. 15-cent per capita charge, some counties have done that, to per capita, that money, after that money comes in, it goes into a general fund to do the work. So the adage to look at here, where there is a will, there is a way. We don't want to let the finances stop us. We need to do this because lives are at stake. Community involvement, again, in our research we found over and over again that what was needed is a safe place, a mentor, something to do. We added someone positive to do it with, because in an interview with a 16-year-old on Cafe on A, he told us that a safe place, a mentor, and something to do is also the makings of a gang. There's always a gang member to do it with, he said, like a member. There's always gang activity going on. There's always something to do and someone to do it with. So we wanted to add someone positive to do it with. Next slide. So what are our next steps? What we envision is developing and implementing a governance model with a local emphasis, creating a holistic master plan and action for peace. What would that entail? Developing a mission and vision so that we come from a common ground. We would also determine what we want to call ourselves, because there's a very important piece to that. Establish policies and ensure management systems are in place. That's key. Develop strategic planning and objectives. Again, we need to know where we're going. We need to know the direction. We recommend the youth violence prevention and intervention, and I want to just speak just a moment on that. Prevention entails, in a public health model, prevention, intervention, and treatment. That means we look at all of them as being important keys to stopping the violence and making our youth having a safe community. Because we did the research in Oxnard, we have a baseline of information, so it made sense to us that we go with Oxnard as a model.
Could I ask a question to try to put this in context? Point 2 there, create a holistic master action plan for peace. What would you what would you call the report you're presenting to us now? How does that compare, and how is that different from the holistic master action plan for peace?
Well, it differs in that this was really not meant to be a plan. What this was meant to do was to do some research to find out about prevalence. We do have recommendations in here based on the research that we did that could assist in the writing of an action plan. But in order to write an action plan, you need to identify the partners, and we didn't want to presume that we could write an action plan without the partners involved in it.
So this is a research document that you have here.
Yes.
That's not an action planning document.
No, it is not.
Okay. And do we have a rough idea of what did we invest in the research document in terms of cost and energy? I'm kind of looking over your shoulder at Mr. Myers.
That was 10?
It was about $20,000 over a course of 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
We also want to collaborate and coordinate efforts among cities, counties, and communities. Engage and mobilize the community, schools, faith-based organizations, business leaders, youth, and ex-gang members. We really feel that what we're talking about here is creating a critical mass. Critical mass is what really makes the change. It creates the tipping point. Update public policies and ordinances to support violence prevention, community development is another aspect. We need a balanced perspective. We need to balance our sense of urgency with our lifetime commitment for safe, peaceful, and thriving families and community. Balance is key here because we all want to do something right now. We want to see results now. But this is a process. This is going to take time. We need to take it incrementally and take each step as a positive outcome for us and move forward, realizing that it's a lifetime commitment, but it's still an urgent matter. A plan for peace. Dr. Bruce Perry came to our county a couple of years ago, and he says, there are solutions to these problems. The choice to find solutions is up to us. If we choose, we have some control of our future. I would also like to end with a couple of local quotes, local experts. One expert is from a youth from Cafe Anne. When we asked him, what does it take to create a safe community? He quickly stated, love, respect, and dignity. The other expert is Marissa. She's our community voice. Violence isn't necessary. Compassion excels. Last slide. And this is, in case anybody would like to download it, this is where you can find it. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Ted's going to join me for that.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I also wanted to say to the mothers, you have beautiful children, and our hearts go out to you. And if your work now can help save another child, I think that's the whole point of this, and that's what the point is of this whole study. So every child's life is important and special. Supervisor Flynn, did you want to make some comments?
Just a few comments. The other day, I drove by a middle school in Oxnard, and about a block away from the middle school, there were two girls running as fast as they could go, and there were some others running after them. So I said, jump in the car. They came into my car, and I took them home. But what did they want? They wanted some protection. And if we as a society can't provide that safety and hope, then those two girls possibly would join a gang in order to protect themselves from the others. So that's kind of an example. I think what brought us together in a forceful way was the injunction. The injunction was a product of the district attorney who's here today and the Oxnard Police Department, and we have the police chief here today, and let me say he's got to leave by 11:30, so I'm not going to talk too much. But it became controversial, and a lot of meetings took place in Cafe Anne. Cafe Anne hardly serves any food, but a lot of words are served in Cafe A and a lot of discussion. And there was great controversy. My take on it was the injunction announcement was necessary in order to bring us together. The police can only do so much in the form of suppression. The police have a job to do, and that is to create safety. But if you have a social system lacking, then the police are not going to be able to perform that matter, perform safeguarding the community. That's their first job. That's what their purpose is. So I did make the statement, the injunction, rather than spending time on whether it's good or bad, let's spend time on preparing that social structure that we need to address the issue. And let me say this, we have, and I've told the chief this before, but we have a chief of police in the city of Oxnard who is still a chief of police, protecting the safety of all the people, but also a chief who knows that the police can't do it all alone. And that's what we have in Oxnard. We probably, in my view, have the best police chief ever. Everyone trusts this chief, and that's something. Everyone trusts the chief of police, Crombeck. There are lots of things that cause our problem, but, if you want to call it a problem, we need to look at how positive steps we can take, what those steps are. I could mention a whole bunch of things, which I won't, but I'd like to ask the chief if he would make some comments before he leaves. Chief of Police, the City of Oxnard, Crombeck.
Welcome. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Johnson. I wasn't prepared to address you this morning, and John, I'll write you a check for those comments right after the meeting. We, as Supervisor Flynn has mentioned, the gang injunction, which everyone here was very familiar with in the process, and it was a very difficult process. I will tell you that since The injunction was implemented preliminarily, and then finally, permanently, we've had over an 80% reduction in violent gang crime within that 6.6 square miles. But we did realize that we as the police, what we do well in terms of the suppression, but realize that it takes a collaborative effort of prevention and early intervention to really truly make a difference. And so we believe that we have to engage the community. The members of the Oxnard Police Department or Ventura County Law Enforcement can't simply do it alone. And if you look at the compendium of resources that the county provides as well as the city provides, I agree with what Barbara said, that there's no need to form any new programs. It's more of a strategic application of what currently exists and some coordination. And so I think we're at a great starting point. I will certainly answer any questions you may have in terms of City of Oxnard efforts. Thank you very much.
Has this presentation been presented to the City Council yet in Oxnard?
They have been provided with the document. This presentation has not been made to the City Council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I believe that completes the presentation. Does the board have any comments on this item?
Just an additional comment, because I see in some of the next steps is to really do the outreach and public education of communities and leadership, VCOG being one of those bodies to go to. They just, again, represents cities and county and would be a good one to touch base with.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense, and we do plan on making presentations to school districts and other stakeholders throughout the county. Santa Paula has also expressed strong interest, and Mike Lee's been working with them.
Yeah, good.
I do want to say that we usually in our business, whether it's the district attorney, Greg Totten, Mike Frawley, Cal Remington, myself, and probation, end up with the results after the after effect of violence. And this is a great opportunity to have prevention, early intervention, so that, as Supervisor Parks said, we don't have more of these children die. Thank you.
And there are some excellent programs out there. A couple that come to mind, the Sheriff's Department through their police departments have some wonderful outreach to at-risk families. So the whole family comes into a program that they work with them. And I know even some of the park districts have some programs. So there's a lot of resources out there, and strengthening them is a good goal. Thank you.
If I can just identify one more thing. The first 5 program in Ventura County, I've visited some of the schools in the city of Oxnard, working with preschool children, and that's the starting point. And it's working very well. We just need to expand that somehow. But it's a beautiful, beautiful addition to all of this effort, and that is early prevention.
Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you for your good work.
Move to receive and file, and thanks to you all for being here today. Chief, I'll continue making those comments.
Great. We have a motion and a second to
out.
receive and file, and I see no objection, so that will pass unanimously. Thank you for your work. We do have an 11 o'clock time certain that involves county staff, I know, and I think it's something that we could put off because I think right now we have a closed session item that will only take a little bit of time. We have some outside counsel here for that. So let's break shortly for that closed session, then we'll come out and finish the rest of our agenda and then finish off our closed session. So with that, we will temporarily adjourn to closed session for a brief period of time, probably 10, 15 minutes. Is that what you're thinking? 20 minutes? Well, okay, as long as it takes, and then we'll be back. Thank you. I think one announcement from that closed session, and then we'll go on to our next exciting item. Roberta, do you want to make the announcement?
In the matter of the County of Ventura versus County of Ventura Civil Service Commission Board of Review and Appeals, Ventura County Superior Court Case Number CIV 238064, the Board of Supervisors voted 4-0 in favor and 1 abstention to ratify the filing of a petition in the Superior Court for a writ of mandate directed to the Civil Service Commission. The petition seeks reversal of the Commission's ruling in the matter of Crystal Edicott.
Thank you very much, Roberta. Well done. Our next item on our agenda then is the exciting report on the Information Services Department regarding the Internal Service Fund, things that many people don't know anything about, but I'm sure you'll give us all the information we need since you are part of the Information Services Department.
Thank you. The internal service funds, for those who don't know, are government operations that account for things in a business-like manner. They provide services for other county operations. Today we're going to have 3 departments present their internal service funds, the County Executive Office. That'll be John Nicole, a General Services Agency, and followed up by the Information Services Department, ISD. I'm here to give you a brief reminder of our key dates from the budget standpoint, what we've promised you, and hopefully when we will deliver. So far, we are 1 for 1 on the key dates. ISF rates presentation, that's today. 2 weeks from today, we will be back with the Budget Development Manual, which will be it's kind of our guidebook to develop the budgets. Your board will adopt the information in that Budget Development Manual as a working model, which will include the ISF rates that we're going to be looking at today, as a working model for the development of the departmental budgets. Then we will roll that information into and feed it to departments, and they'll come back to us with their requested budgets. March 7th, we are going to come back with the mid-year budget report for the current fiscal year and give you a brief overview of target information for next fiscal year. May 23rd, again, reminder, a couple weeks earlier than it has been in the past, preliminary budget presentation. June 6th, countywide rates and fees letter, which will be services for outside county operations. And then June 12th will be budget hearings will begin. And at the final budget hearings, your board will adopt officially and formally the internal service rates and everything that is in the is in the Budget Development Manual. So without further ado, I will present John Nicole from our office to present a couple of the ISF rates.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, the 2 ISFs that are operated out of the CEO's office are those related to the Workers' Compensation Program and to the Liability and General Property Insurance Programs. We're happy to point out that the Workers' Compensation Program has a reduction this year of 4.47% in our overall recoverable costs. Those decreases are the result of not only some changes in the law, but also our actuarial assessment of our long-term outstanding liabilities, along with the projections and rate adjustments based on those outside actuarial assessment of liabilities. So while we had a slight increase as we went into last year, we have a decrease going into this year. We have cut both our overhead, our umbrella premium, and our actual costs per claims. So that is one reduction that we have in this. As you know, this program is very important. We have gone from being self-funded to being insured and back to being self-funded. We are now leveling off and balancing our own experience rate. The General Insurance and Liability Program as well has a reduction in this year. It was not as dramatic as last year's reduction of 7%, but this year is just under 2% in the reduction. Primary reason for this is our inclusion in the CSAC program. We have restructured and layered our insurance for both property and for liability. The property insurance has given us better coverage, reduced premium rates, and we've bought combined rates for our liability. In both these cases, we believe our efforts to restructure the program have been effective, and we hope to continue to do that.
Thank you very much. And the internal service fund, the rates and fees, once we know about these, and the other departments can then better budget their budgets, so they know how much they're going to be charged from at least the CEO's office.
Correct.
And it's nice also to see them actually going down. It's unusual and good. Thank you for that. And our next one, will that be General Services Agency? Happy Valentine's Day, and welcome to your first report to the board.
Thank you. Good morning. Joining me from GSA today is from Admin Services, Rebecca Arnold and Greg Bergman, and from Facilities and Materials, Steve Morgan. And my first act of delegation is to have Rebecca come up and do the brief.
Good morning. Rebecca Arnold, General Services Agency. I'm here today to present to you a brief overview of the GSA ISF rates for fiscal year 2006 and 07. The General Services ISF Fund derives its revenue from two primary sources: square footage and transportation rates. We'll focus on those internal service rates today. 43.5% of the revenue is derived from square footage rate, and that's comprised of the following 5 services: utilities, maintenance, housekeeping, grounds, and security. The transportation rate is about 18.4% and includes fixed costs of depreciation and overhead, variable rate of operation and maintenance, and the fuel costs on a direct charge. The other primaries are, as you can see, projects, procurement, the copy program, and the mail center, which is postage. The base monthly square footage rate comparison for the fiscal years are as follows. The square footage rate has been relatively flat for the last 4 years, and the rates were maintained through staff reductions, deferring maintenance of facilities, and use of retained earnings. For the main facilities, the rates for the next fiscal year are proposed as follows. For the Hall of Administration, we're looking at about a 1.29 cents per square foot. HOJ, $1.46. The pretrial facility at $1.27, and the East County Courthouse at $1.49, roughly. And the two, I might point out, in HOJ and the East County Courthouse are slightly higher than the other facilities due to increased levels of security in those facilities. That is correct. Square footage budget rate increases. What are the factors that are contributing to these increases? We can look and we can see that the factors are primarily largely passed through. Those are security costs, utilities, and other contract areas, which include MCOR, rubbish, sewage treatment, and of course the security contract for the next year. You recall we were before your board last fall and we had completed an RFP for security, and we had those rates approved for that time, and there was a significant increase in the security contract. I'm happy to say, though, that those rates were locked in for 2 years for that contract. The other key components are salaries and benefits, and then the other category of the cost allocation plan, temporary help, and GSA overhead. Our facilities benchmarks, which is a practice that we started a few years ago, still compares favorably when we look at our operation compared to leased facilities in the community and right around this facility specifically, The Hall of Administration, for example, has about a 1.355 square footage charge as composed to a lease rate over in Hale Street, which is 1.43. And again, our service includes security, maintenance, housekeeping, grounds, utilities, and depreciation. Moving to the transportation rates, it can be summed up in 2 areas of uncontrollable costs of fuel and depreciation. The fuel this year has been, and the past 2 years, has been a challenge to try to estimate those costs on a regular basis. As you know, I believe it was about 2 years ago, we went to direct charging as a recommendation from the grand jury, and with your approval, we went to direct charging departments. But we still estimate those charges for the departments so that they will be able to put that in their budget. And it is going to increase 34.1% this year. The good news is that our GSA prices are about 14% lower than the commercial pump prices on a regular basis, and that includes the GSA overhead for administering the fuel program.
Do you see that cost going, being at all reflective of the hybrid program that we have?
The transportation in general?
Mm-hmm.
To an extent. We're not fully engaged in a hybrid program at this point in time, but of course the initial costs of the hybrids are more than an equal car of its same comparable size. But of course the long-term benefits would be something to look at.
Thank you.
The closing thoughts we'd like to leave you with today is the average proposed rate increases are as follows. For the square footage, it's 10.5%. For transportation, it's 8.5%, almost 8.6%. And largely attributable to uncontrollable costs of rising energy and contracts costs. The challenge for GSA is to maintain our rates while maintaining and renovating aging facilities, rising energy costs. And just so you know, as a practice that we started a few years ago, the GSA fiscal staff does meet with our primary customers. At this time of the year, we've already started our meetings to let them know what our charges are going to be, what they're proposed to be, and how that impacts their budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
More questions, Supervisor
Let me
Flynn?
just ask one question. On transportation, on the purchase of fuel, a county employee who's assigned a car or who uses a personal car, like perhaps some agency heads or department heads that I'm not sure, the use of credit cards is allowed, right, for gasoline purchase?
There is a fuel card, credit card.
And how does that compare with simply using fuel that is purchased by the county? And one could fuel a car, let's say, for example, at a county fire station. Do you have a feeling for that?
I believe Greg actually has probably some numbers for us. This is Greg Bergman, Fiscal Manager, General Services Agency.
And then the additional question would be, what is the difference on the average between purchasing a gallon of gasoline outside of the county versus inside the county at a county pump?
That, I do not have the answer to that question, but I'd be happy to get back to you on that one. But in terms of the using a county fuel credit card versus what you're going to pay at the pump, whenever a county employee uses the fuel credit card that is distributed by the transportation department, we routinely will initially pay the prompt price, but when we receive the invoice, they give us a credit or a rebate per se for the federal excise tax, which I believe is 18.5 cents on the gallon. So even by using those credit cards, you're still obtaining a discount from what the county pump price is, or the commercial pump price rather.
Question, Supervisor Michaels?
My pet peeve. The square footage charge for East County you said was higher, but you didn't give me the common commercial square footage triple net lease rate for the surrounding city. Do you know what that is?
I'm sorry, I do not. We have not performed a benchmark for the Simi Valley area, but we can add that.
I would appreciate it if you do, because I think you're high.
And
having owned a business in town.
And then we ask that because the supervisors who don't have offices here at the government center pay from their own supervisor budget for the office space where they're leasing, and I think my city is somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 to $3 a square foot is what they want. So you're still getting a deal if you're under $2. So it doesn't. It's still at least.
It's all relevant.
I know it's still twice as much as what it would be here at the government center. But even though we're in government buildings, and I think Supervisor Flynn probably has the best deal. Yes.
Do we charge the fuel price or the fuel separately, right, as a factor? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, and the difference between what we pay when we buy it wholesale in bulk is less than what you'd pay at the pump even with the discount. But whoever has got those cards is, I presume, educated to that, and that they are encouraged to buy or to fill up in the county facility and use those only when they're on travel status away from the county and can't get back in order to fuel. Since they're being billed back to their departments now, there is a built-in incentive to pay attention to that as opposed to the old way when they could do as they pleased and they got the average rate. Is that all accurate? Okay. Continuous improvement. Good work, folks.
And
Just wanted to give you help in making the presentation. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. And that's General Services Agency. And now the Information Services Department, I think, goes next with Mr. Carroll.
Morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Ms. Johnson, Matt Carroll, Chief Information Officer, and Linda. This is my first time before you as Chair. Congratulations, and I look forward to your leadership in the coming year. There's a lot of changes planned for ISD staffing-wise in the coming year, and just a couple quick acknowledgments and introductions before we kick it off here. To my left here is Lowry Gilbert. Many of you know him. He's the Assistant Director at ISD. He's been with the county almost 21 years, and yesterday he handed me his official retirement papers for late in March. Lowry is among the most energetic and intellectual individuals I've ever met in my professional career, and I truly look with aplomb, I guess is the only way I could describe it, his departure. But I did want to acknowledge the great 21 years he's given at the county and thank him for his work and acknowledge him here today. To Lowry's right is our incoming Assistant CIO, Mike Reed. Mike Reed has grown up here at the county. He's a longtime county technology specialist coming up through the ranks of the property tax systems, and given what's on our plate in the future, he's a great person to replace Lowry, and I look forward to him. On the right, excuse me, you guys moved from over there. On Mike's left is our new fiscal officer who replaced Ruben Campos, who retired last year, and Payman Behesti is his name, and he's done a great job preparing what we're going to brief you on here today. So with that, there's some other deputies that are changing this year, a lot of new faces in ISD, and we'll bring them before you as that occurs. On to the topic at hand for today's ISD rate review. We'll take a look at our cumulative budget for our two ISFs as a whole, move in to look at some of our rates and allocations and give you some trend analysis there, do a brief look at our capital expenditures since those impact rates, and if we have some time, I would like to close out with, I don't get an opportunity to tell you about some of the neat things that are going on downstairs in a couple areas. If we have a few minutes, I would like to brief you on some of our accomplishments and objectives for the coming year. First, to provide some background in this highlight slide, last year, you recall over the last several years, ISD has adopted a rate strategy that said we're going to mitigate our rate increases with a combination of expense cuts internally, overhead cuts, and contributing our retained earnings, basically operating in a deficit. We did that to mitigate the salary and benefit increases. 2 years ago, they were almost 20%. Last year, they were 10%. This year, we're still looking at a 7% increase in labor costs with a labor status quo in the department. So with that as background, when I briefed your board last year, I recommended we discontinue subsidizing our rates with retained earnings. They were getting to a point where we didn't want to go much below, and we did in fact take that strategy forward. So what you're going to see here today is a fully balanced budget where revenues are very close to expenses and there no longer is any subsidization of our rates or subsidizing of our rates. With that as background, as indicated on the slide, some of the highlights. Various types of rates. The first one is our allocations for large-scale computing platforms, things like IBM, mainframe, our Visegis platform. Those rates are still going to remain constant in most cases or decreasing. You'll see we have one exception there. In the telecommunications area, our rate average increase is going to be 2% when you combine a voice line and a data line. Most employees have both, so you combine those together, it's about a 2% increase. And then finally, the area that's most impacted by labor rate or labor cost increases, our labor rates will increase in the 5 to 8% range with an average of about 6% for our most common rates. We'll take a look in a minute that our retained earnings remain adequate and continue decreasing somewhat. I know we're running a little short on time, so I'll skip through these details. These next two slides present you some specifics as to the budgets for each of our ISFs. This one, our telecommunications ISF, bottom line, increasing revenues and expenses about 3%. Our ISD ISF, bottom line, increases revenues and expenses about 12%, and we'll talk about what makes up those 12%. On the total, this is what our budget looks like going into the fiscal year. As you can see, it's pretty much a balanced budget of around $34 million and an overall increase in our revenues of 8% and our expenses about 7%. Looking from a bit of a different perspective, this slide gives you some indication that over the last couple of years we have been operating at a deficit. Therefore, our retained earnings have been dropping. At the end of next fiscal year, they are projected to be about $9 million, which is about $6 million for telecommunications and $3 million for the ISD ISF. Okay? When we briefed your board last year, these projections were actually significantly lower in the retained earnings. We thought we would be probably a third to a half as lower in our retained earnings. And that was because we had planned on expensing as much of the new telephone system project as possible so we wouldn't pass those rate increases on. As it turns out, with ongoing discussions with the Auditor Controller's Office, they're recommending or indicating we may need to capitalize more of those expenses so the retained earnings aren't being brought down quite as dramatically. They're still decreasing a bit, which is that's a conservative way to operate, so that's good. But right now, it looks like at the end of operating on a balanced budget next year, we'll have retained earnings of about $9 million, and that's within that 90 to 120-day range that you want, and we're recommending we stay there at that point in time. So not as dramatic an issue as we had last year for you. Moving on to specific rate and allocation information. If you recall, ISD has three primary rates: shared platforms, our telecommunication rates, and our labor charges, which make up the bulk of those. Again, as you remember last year, we said we were going to subsidize those, or we had been subsidizing those with our retained earnings. Going forward in this current year, we have not done that, and the result looks something like this. These are the first of our three rate types. This is a 6-year trend, sorry for all the bars, but a 6-year trend for each of our main computing shared platforms. This is our IBM mainframe for the last 6 years. This is our Vasigas platform here in the middle for the last 6 years, and this is our corporate server for file and print sharing for agencies and departments. As you can see, our IBM is dropping in the current year about $150,000, I think the range is. Our Vasigas shared computing platform is going up about 2%, $40,000, and that's because we made some significant investments in new storage technology last year, so the depreciation is falling into that allocation. And then our corporate server is coming down a bit as well. So in 2 of the 3 instances for our large shared computing platform, the rates are constant or decreasing, and there's a slight 2% increase for Vasigas. In the telecommunications area, these aren't really our rates, but these are the total costs which will then turn into rates. We're seeing about a 4.3% increase in our total costs. They're going from about $12.68 to $13.4 million, which will result in that increase we talked about in our telecommunications rates. Primarily, that increase is made up of service contracts, much like GSA's cost increases, and our labor rates. Our service providers are increasing their charges to us, as well as our own internal labor costs are increasing. So what that equates to for rates in general, this is a slide you've seen. I hope you're giving points for consistency, because we report on these same things and use these same slides every year.
More points if it goes down instead of going up in terms of costs.
Well, I can help you there this year. I think we've kept our pencils pretty sharp in the past. This year, this slide indicates for the last 7 years, including next year, our labor rates for a sampling of areas. The top 3 here are labor rates for telecommunications labor and programming labor in the yellow, and our LAN engineering in the mauve. Is that what that's called? Maroon. That is a bit more than in the past. Fuchsia? Okay. I'm a technologist at heart. Colors are not my thing. Fuchsia or mauve? Okay. As I said, in the labor rate area, the costs are increasing because we're no longer subsidizing those rates. They're increasing for a combination of not subsidizing those rates and the labor cost increases. In the telecommunications area, you combine these 2 rates, and they're about 2% increase, so it's somewhat less than the 3.4% the entire telecom budget went up. So it's not great news, but there is a little bit of catch-up in these rates, but as you can see, catch-up, not catch-up. You as a board were concerned about that we'd been mitigating our rates the last several years, and we were thinking there might be some double-digit increases. Well, we're nowhere near the double-digit increases, so by a combination of labor costs increasing and no longer subsidizing, there's probably 1% or 2% that is catch-up in those rates. With regard to the competitiveness of those rates, which is what you want to judge us on, we did not do our benchmarking this year. We do it every other year so as not to wear out the welcome of our peer counties, because we tend to make them look pretty bad, to be honest. Last year, in both our labor rates and telecommunications rates, overall we were the lowest provider, central IT service provider in the state as far as our chargeback numbers. We were significantly below last year, even if we included our rate increases for this year, and that assumes the other counties don't increase theirs, but we know with the pension and benefit increases there. I'm sure next year when we redo those benchmarks, we will still come out and this year continue as the low-cost service provider for central IT groups in the county, in the counties.
Can I ask a question
Yes.
regarding the labor market? That it seems to be a lot of layoffs actually in the telecom computer industry, and if that will have some kind of impact on the labor costs because of the more supply, if you will.
That actually happened about 5 or 6 years ago, right around 2000 and the dot-com bust, and we've seen the market get gradually tighter and tighter and tighter the last several years. We've been very fortunate in that we've been able to attract some good folks, but in all of those they took significant budget cut or salary cuts to come here, and the labor market, there's a ton of this offshoring, but the type of folks that we utilize, which are a combination of a business knowledge, an industry knowledge, as well as programming skills, are still pretty high in demand and not a lot of softening.
Thank you.
Our biggest draw is they don't have to commute to LA or get on an airplane every day or every week. So that gives you some perspective of both our allocations and our rates going into the current fiscal year. Just a review, I know formally your board wanted to have some purview into our capital investments plan for next year. This is our ISD-ISF. We have about $500,000 planned capital investments. As you can see, the majority of those are in some business continuity planning, server replacement, and software replacement. That's typically in line with what we do every year, nothing significant in that investment pool. In our telecommunications area, a bit more. Primarily, it's up here at the top where we're replacing the data network and the voice systems at a second major campus, and that will likely be VCMC. So some significant capital investment in our telecommunications, and it's part of that ongoing $6 to $8 million replacement of our aging telephone switches we briefed your board on. There are some small numbers in here for a master radio upgrade. I will say we are in discussions with the sheriff and the fire district and the CEO's office to do a wholesale upgrade, a long overdue wholesale upgrade to our radio communications network on our mountaintops. We are in the early planning stages of that, and we will likely be back in front of your board as an interim item either before the end of the fiscal year or early next fiscal year after we've worked out the details with those agencies and the CEO's office to come up with some revised numbers in our radio capital improvements plan for the near future. So with that, you have a good perspective into both our capital investments, our rates, and our overall costs for the coming year. If I can, just briefly, listed before you are some of our major public accomplishments for the last year in ISD. We do our accomplishments, our objectives, and our goals on a calendar year to stay out of the budget, our budget process. Listed here are just some of a small sampling of our accomplishments. There's 3 I would like to just spend a few minutes on at this point in time and share with you. And the first of this is our IT Project Leadership Academy. Much like the rest of the county who's facing the aging and retiring workforce as exampled by Mr. Gilbert here on the retiring part, we in the county IT family...
Are all those people going to take his place?
Yes. No. Let me tell you about these people.
He's shaking his head.
It'll probably take that many to take his place. We also have the added issue that it is not uncommon, in fact it's fairly frequent, that our rising supervisors and managers have to leave and go to the private sector, or they elect to leave and go to the private sector for some significant pay increases that are available to them there. So we have a dual issue we're faced with it. Well, knowing that was coming and subscribing to, I know, a philosophy the CEO shares is we wanted to invest in our own. And we established last year a Project Leadership Academy. It's an 18-month program with multiple classes and multiple project assignments that this group of individuals is going through. It's made up of both internal ISD folks and departmental IT types to train the next generation of IT managers for managing complex projects here at the county. As we speak, these folks are just finishing up that 18 months, and we'd like to bring them back at some point in the very near future for some formal recognition by your board. But we are trying to deal with that issue as best we can, and this is a good example of what's being done in that area. The second goal, or more likely status, or more appropriate status I'd like to brief your board on, is what is going on with the telephone system project here at the county. In general, this project is going very well. We're slightly under budget and within 30 days of our original estimated completion date for wrapping this project up. If you recall, it was in two phases. First, we had to replace the entire data communications network here at the county, or here at the government center, and we'll do it at every major campus. And that was quite, I met that with some trepidation. Anytime you wholesale rip out your data communications network and replace it, there's a lot of opportunities for outages and service interruptions. That has been completed as recently, I believe, 2 weeks ago. We wrapped that up with no significant outages or service interruptions to any of the customers here throughout the Government Center campus. So Jim Wolf, our integrator Nexus, and Jim Wolf, who's our chief of data, is just really to be, and his whole team is to be commended for just an excellent job. They're much better, certainly exceeded my expectations or met my expectations. We're now moving into the replacement of the phones. We have about 1,000, or just slightly under 1,000 phones deployed, mainly here in the Hall of Administration. You're last in this building, and you're last for a purpose, those of you that have offices in here. And you'll be receiving your new phones within the next 30 days, and within the next 60 days, approximately, we will wrap up the entire 2,000 phone deployment here at the Government Center. As soon as we finish this building, we'll go on to the Hall of Hall of Justice and the pretrial detention facility and have that wrapped up within 60 days. And so far, the feedback we've gotten has been very positive. There's been some learning issues, especially with receptionists who have complex multi-line phones or management assistants, but in general, it's going very well. What I wanted to show you on this project was just for perspective. On the left here is our old phone room downstairs. It's about 50 feet long, about 15 feet wide, and as you can see, it's packed with wires, big phone switches. There's wires on the far side of this wall. Down here at the end of that 50 feet is one of our staff members. This is our new phone system. It's in a 19-inch rack. There's actually two of them, one in the basement, one below the sheriff's pretrial detention facility, below the jail. If either one of those fails, the other one automatically takes over. Actually, this is the phone system up here at the top of the rack. Down here is the voicemail system that replaces. So we've gone from this huge room to a 19-inch by 8-foot rack, and it's just pretty amazing what that can do. So that gives you some perspective. This young lady is Pam Aichil. She's a key member of the voice communications staff, and that she's arranging all the logistics for swapping out the phones and planning for the new facilities and the new capabilities, mapping them from the old phones. Finally, the last item I'd like to share with you this afternoon, is plans for the county's new website. Currently, and this is not the county's current website, your current county website is a second-generation site, last updated, designed. It was a 2001 design, so it's 5 years old, which is basically 2 half-lives in the information systems industry. It had some inherent limitations in it. It had limited room for text. It required a technician to do any updates to the content in it. It had no site-wide search capabilities, meaning you couldn't search among all the different departmental websites from one master site. And it had limited room, it had difficult navigation and limited room for text. This is an example of the new county website that ISD has been working with the BTC committee to put into place. It's based on a new design that has been adopted by several counties throughout the state and designed by the California State Librarian. It has several capabilities. First of all, it's a portal product. It does come with what we call a site-wide search up here, so it will search through all the agencies and departments on this new website. It has much more room for text. These are all portlets, and all that means is these portlets can be updated by administrative folks within the department. They don't need to get their technical folks involved. It has some built-in capabilities that actually makes old content go away when it's no longer relevant. It has this new navigation method that's based on living here, working here, visiting here, doing business. That's the one designed by the state librarian. So it's a whole bunch of new technology, a whole bunch of new look and feel and capabilities that are really current state-of-the-art. Our plans right now, we're implementing this for early adopters, being the Human Services Agency, the Auditor Controller, and the Human Resources Division in the CEO's office will be back to the ITC when they meet next quarter and get it formally adopted as a county standard, then make this available for agencies and departments to adopt as they modify their websites. So those are the 3 items I wanted to talk about for last year. I won't touch upon these. These are objectives for next year. Suffice to say, we have a lot on our plates. Second campuses, the land tax system requirements. We're an integral player of the CalWIN Go Live. And with that, you have a little bit of view into our accomplishments and objectives and some insight into our budget. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Very complete report. Does anyone else have questions? Mr. Johnson, I know Mr. Dursey has some too.
I just wanted, well, I don't know, Paul, you want to go first?
I just want to add, I have 3 wrap-up comments. One is that the rates presented are really composite rates. Some departments will see increases, some departments will see decreases depending on the departments. For example, in workers' comp, depending on your experience and those types of things, your actual rates may go up relative to last year. But overall, those are the rate increases. The second comment is that these, again, are proposed rates. We will be back to your board with final adoption of these rates, which will be included in our budget in June, and those are working rates that we will be established in our budget development manual for working purposes. And the third is that we will be continuously back at your board. That won't be the last time you'll see that budget calendar list, because we'll be back to your board regularly with budget updates as we get information from a county standpoint and as we get information from the federal or state government that could potentially have an impact on our budget. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I want to thank you folks for making those presentations. Ventura County back in the 70s, early 70s, was one of the first counties to go to this kind of an arrangement to try to apply business practices in government, and it's come along very nicely over the last 30 years. I wanted to point out, one, that the rates, after they're analyzed through Paul's office, are a reflection of the real costs. The comparison to benchmarks determines whether or not we run a very efficient operation, but these are the costs that are incurred by each of these services. They need to be fully recovered, because what we do through the internal service fund idea is we cost center by saying an ISD, telephones, or whatever the service is. We want to know what that actually costs us so we can manage it, but then we want to spread it over the programs to see what it costs us to deliver services and programs throughout the county. The budget office will take into consideration both the increases and decreases that will affect the services and supplies, as well as the salary accounts based on the labor contracts that you've been approving. In the past, we've kind of cheated a little. There is a law that says locally you cannot deficit spend. So local government who can't deficit spend has a number of ways in which they would sort of deal with that. You've heard the expression structural deficit. A structural deficit is legally deficit spending. That is that you haven't spent more money than you have altogether, but it means you've spent more money than you took in during that particular accounting period or fiscal year. So then there are some other little clever things that we've done over the years, like retained earnings that was being referred to. As these businesses operate through the Intergovernmental Service Fund, or the internal service funds they call them now, that as they operate, they can't produce a profit, but a retained earnings is kind of an equivalent of a profit, and the auditor watches that pretty carefully to be sure that we aren't building up anything within these funds. Then sometimes we discover that we have built them up to a point where we need to give some of that money back, and so as Matt was saying, his rates, and even Paul Ruffin, I guess I can say Paul now because it seems like it's Paul everywhere, Paul Grosgold's operation, that one way in which to return the retained earnings is to offset your rate increases. But the problem with that is that you're not then truly reflecting your actual cost currently. So what we have been trying over the last 5 years is to stabilize all that so that you actually do see real costs. Another technique that we've used over the years is either not to have set any money aside on depreciation, or if they did set it aside, in comes the budget office when things are really tough and they reach in and take that money away and use it to balance the budget. So we started with the general fund, eliminated the structural deficit, and we're working through the internal service funds and the rest of the organization, including your pension fund, to be sure that everything actually is fully funded. And then that gives you sort of, it doesn't make you bulletproof, but it makes you a little bit recession-proof. That is, when things happen to you that are beyond your control, it doesn't result in layoffs like we experienced in the last few years. So I think that all these folks are to be commended, that when we compare ourselves to other public jurisdictions and to private operations that deliver similar services, that we always find ourselves favorably competing, and in some cases, as Matt points out, in some cases we're a little embarrassment to our neighbors when we're the lowest guy. It's kind of holding down the rates, but through the technology and through the management, I look at those pictures you showed, Matt, where it was showing one of your staff standing in front, showing everything on the telephones are in one little rack. The room next to it was the great improvement we made in 1985 when we reduced down to that size. So we're throwing out all of them. I'm glad I stuck around at least this long to replace this. I won't be around for another 20 years to see when we start carrying it in our hip pocket. But anyway. Only to be spread. So anyway, thank you. I'll shut up.
All right. Thank you. Board comments or a motion? Supervisor Bennett?
I'll move the recommended action because I know we're getting close to lunch. Just two quick comments. Congratulations on making the changeover without downtime. I know that was not easy to do. And you made a comment about we're losing staff to the private industry because of higher wages. And I remember a few years ago when the private industry was laying everybody off, and you talked about how our one selling point was job security here. So I hope you'll be able to point that out to those people as they're thinking of leaving, that with as shaky as our economy is, with all the budget deficits and trade deficits, that they may want to consider security over that. So anyway, I'll move the recommended action.
Thank you. Lots of seconds. And any other? Okay. It's great reports, all three departments. Thank you very much. Motion is second to receive and file, and the motion is approved. Okay, I think the next item is item 36.
Yes, thank you. I'd ask Sue Hughes to forward to you the text language of H.R. 4162, which I've been asked to carry forward to the board on behalf of the United Water Conservation District. It's pretty self-explanatory. As I read the text, just for any devil details, I didn't see any, so I'd ask for your support in the action to carry it forward to attached letter to the congressman of the appropriate chair committee.
Second.
Thank you.
Go on to item 37 now. That one was approved, and that's Supervisor Flynn.
Second.
A motion is second to reappoint Virginia Ballard. See no objection. That passes. We'll go on to item 38.
Move the item.
Second.
And that's to appoint Cynthia Hentley to the Mental Health Board. See no objection. That one also passes. Item 39 is to approve a fourth-year grant with Cal Remington reporting.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Johnston. Today I'm asking the board to approve the receipt of the $62,500 and also authorize the chair from the Annie E. Casey Foundation, and also authorize the chair to sign the letter of agreement. This is the organization you'll remember we've been involved with for about 5 years. This is the fourth year of funding, and we expect that the funding will continue over the next few years. Our involvement has been, I think, very helpful to both keeping our detention costs down and at the same time improving the programming that goes on in our institutions. This organization helps us determine what is evidence-based and which practices work best. And so we've really appreciated that technical assistance. We've used the funds for contracting, for some travel, for some education and training. We have not used the funds to support any ongoing operations. So we're really appreciative of the support they've given us. I think in addition to the institution, it's really helped the whole juvenile justice system, because the administration of these funds requires us to keep an ongoing board together that is made up of the juvenile court judges, in addition to probation, the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, local law enforcement participates, and CBOs participate. So it's a real good vehicle to really keep us on the same page when it comes to juvenile justice in this county. So I would urge your board to approve the recommendation today.
Thank you. And the foundation is a great foundation. They obviously see the excellent work that we do in Ventura County to be able to continue this grant for us. So we're fortunate to get it.
Second.
Motion and a second, and seeing no objection, that passes. Thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Remington.
No problem. It's always educational. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Now you know those raising fees, don't you?
Okay, our next item is item number 40. That's the ratification of a purchase order for ditch construction.
This is a pretty good afternoon, board members. Happy Valentine's Day also. This is a pretty self-explanatory item. I just ask if there are any questions. I'll be glad to try and answer them.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you, Mr. Britt, and also thanks for waiting. And that motion passes without any opposition. And then our last item, I think, on the agenda, our open agenda, is item 41, and this is regarding ratification of application for emergency services grant.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, yes.
Madam Chair, member of the board, Mr. Johnston. I'm here today just to request that your board ratify the application of this grant, this 2005 Coverdale grant. These grant monies will be used for training of forensic scientists in the crime lab. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you. And
Thank you.
also thank you for waiting. That
Sorry, you
motion
had to wait.
is approved unanimously. I know we have a closed session as the Board of Supervisors and as the IHSS Public Authority Board. Are we expecting any announcement after that?
No, there
Okay.
should be no
Then we'll
announcements.
adjourn following that closed session. Thank you very much.
We
No,
have
we won't. We have a 1:30.
Except for the 1:30 item. Thank you for that. We'll be back at 1:30 for our hearing. I know, I keep wanting to adjourn.
Yeah. It's a good thing to want to adjourn. I agree with you.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the board meeting of February 14th, and our item before us is item number 30, and these are the general plan amendment screening process. We have 3 separate requests, and we'll hear them each separately. And I'll begin with the first one, which is the Camarillo Heights subdivision, general plan 05-0006, and our
Carl Morehouse will be making a presentation.
Carl will be our staff presenter.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, I am Carl Morehouse, the Resource Management Agency Planning Division. As you are aware, this is a hearing today on general plan amendment screenings. The basis for the screenings is, as you are also aware, that the state law allows a local jurisdiction to amend its general plan up to 4 times a year. We, by policy, retain 2 of those for our own functioning use, something raised perhaps by your own board or by our planning division staff, and we retain 2 for privately initiated screenings. We have those on a cycle that there's a winter screening and a summer screening. The winter screenings are filed for by October 15th. The summer ones, the drop dead date will be April 15th. As part of the screening process, the intent of the whole process is to evaluate on some given criteria that were also established by your board, whether or not staff believes, based on those initial criteria, that we would suggest that both the staff time be allocated and the applicant spend their money to continue further in the process with the intent of coming up with a general plan amendment. This winter screening, we had 4 applicants, and about 2 weeks ago, one of those, the Sherwood Development Corporation, asked that we suspend theirs and continue theirs through the summer. So we are down to 3 now. As you're also aware, with the guidelines that are established for the screening process, which are also found as Exhibit 1 in your board packet, there are criteria. There were 6 criteria that the screenings are evaluated against for automatic, as a basis for automatic denial, and there are 3 criteria that we evaluate to suggest for approval to continue through the process. Your guidelines also establish the rules for the presentation of the information. I would simply remind you and share with our applicants today that one rule is that the discussion of the amendment request be limited to the land use and general plan issues and policies only. So that's the basic function. There are these 9 criteria that we hold these screenings up against, and that's the criteria that we will make our recommendations based upon. And again, the Planning Division recommends, as you have intended to do, is to conduct a separate hearing on each one of these and then follow with a vote. The first item before you today is General Plan Amendment Screening Request 05-0006. The owner and applicant on this piece of property are Carolina and Jeff Pengelly of 2901 La Plata Drive in Camarillo. The site is a 3.21 acre site. It's bounded on the north and west by single-family homes. Make sure my power's on here. It's on the south of Loop Drive and on the east of Alasta Drive in the Camarillo Heights existing community north of Camarillo. Again, in your packet, you'll see it as Exhibit 2, Figure 1, the aerial map that's shown on the, above on the overhead. The applicant's requesting to amend our general plan land use designation on the site from RE 20,000, which is a rural exclusive 20,000 square foot minimum lot size, to an RE 13 designation. That's a rural exclusive 13,000 square foot minimum lot size. The request does not change an overarching general plan. It's the existing community. We have an existing community in the general plan. There is no area plan for the Camarillo Heights. If your GPA screening is approved, the subsequent application for a zone change to the RE20 from RE20, I'm sorry, to RE13 would then be required. In the letter to your board, which is also attached as Exhibit 2 of Figure 2, the applicants give you their intent to subdivide the property into 7 lots, which is shown in Exhibit 2, Figure 3. Let me provide that for you as well here. And initially they intended to divide their parcel into 6 lots, and I'll let them explain that themselves, but the anticipated costs of the sewer hookup and the need to create would force them to create an additional lot. The subject property has been zoned RE 20,000 since 1959. There are 2 existing houses on the parcels here and here. And the lots will, those will remain, an additional 5 lots will then be added in these intended configuration. Surrounding land use, and again I'll go back to the previous overhead, is residential. It lies within the Camarillo Heights existing community. The properties immediately north and east are zoned RE 20,000, and the properties to the immediate west are zoned RE 13,000, and the properties to the south are zoned RE 10,000. The complete analysis is provided for you in Exhibit 2, Figure 5. I won't go into it. I know that you've all studied it. In terms of contact, we have contacted the City of Camarillo on November 15th. The letter was requesting comments from them was sent to the city. Their City Planning Commission convened on January 17th to hear this item and provided their comments. Those are attached as Exhibit 2, Figure 4. That was in keeping with the guidelines for orderly development. The City of Camarillo did suggest that we follow their criteria for the land use designation and densities, and those are also reflected in the attached exhibit. We have also received some recent mailings which are provided to you. These were just in the last 2 days, and I've provided them as exhibits through the clerk, and hopefully those are in front of you from people, nearby neighbors who, according to our staff report, we hadn't heard anything, but we have now. So for brevity, for the reasons indicated in the analysis section set forth in the Exhibit 2, Figure 5, the staff will recommend that the GPA screening request be conditionally approved for further processing, and the recommended condition is that the concurrent filing and processing of this application for the general plan amendment occur with the zone change request and the filing of the tract map, and that the project should be consistent with the City of Camarillo's general plan designation for the rural 2.5 dwelling units per acre. I'd be happy at this point to try to answer any questions, and then we will let the applicant and anybody else.
Does the board have any questions? Could you tell me why this isn't being done through the procedure of annexation to the city and upzoning from that point of view instead of upzoning the unincorporated county?
Right. The guidelines for area development do suggest that when there's an urban type use in an existing situation like this, that annexation would be suggested. The City of Camarillo expresses no desire, and the location of this particular parcel right now is approximately 750 feet from the city limits. That would entail then the annexation of the additional parcels in between. Again, the city has expressed no desire to undertake that effort, so we're not forcing that hand.
Thank you. If there's no other questions from the board, I'll go ahead and call the cards. We have 3 speaker cards on this. The first one is James Graham. Happy Valentine's Day, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is James Graham. I reside at 191 Alasta, which is 2 parcels to the east of the subject parcel. I'd like to thank Mr. Morehouse for explaining the process to me this morning, so I understand a little bit more of what you folks are trying to achieve today. I have many concerns with this development and this particular parcel, which I will share with appropriate staff at the appropriate time. Right now, I'd just like to address the issue of the increase in density. I think this is not in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood. These are generally, as he mentioned, everything on my street anyway are the larger parcels. This is much more in keeping with the heights as a whole, and then it's a very nice development. I looked at the exhibits and all. My concern is that this development would fit better in a more urban setting, not in a rural setting like the Heights. It's very nice, but we're kind of free spirits up there, and like the rustic look of the neighborhood. And I would like to see the parcel sizes stay as they are, not considering all the other issues that I have, which I will make the staff aware of at a future time.
If there is a future time. Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker on this will be Mary Guthrie. Good afternoon, Ms. Guthrie.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Guthrie, and I live on Mesa Drive, just west of the project. And I sent a letter. I have concern about the development of the parcel, and that is, okay, I live right there. My concern about development of the parcel is that if there are too many small pieces of property there, that there won't be adequate accommodation of the natural drainage that occurs over that particular piece of property. During the winter storms, there is an arroyo. It's a dry riverbed. It comes down from the mountains, and you can walk up that and see the dry riverbed, and I enclosed some photos that I took 2 weekends ago. There is a natural stream that occurs when we have normal rainfall, and that particular stream comes down right through here, and then passes right over here. Now, my property is here, and I see that if there's development here, the issue is I've seen other parcels being developed up in the Camarillo Heights area, and when they're developed, there are changes in elevation to the particular properties. If there are any changes to elevation in this property, in this particular development, it will force, unless the drainage is accommodated, it will force drainage onto my land, which has never experienced any of this drainage. So this is a vital concern to myself and my husband. He's here today also. And we just like to take that into consideration, whether the size of these lots will accommodate drainage, which is natural drainage already occurring along this, on this particular property. Drainage did occur there in 1998 in that February storm when there was such a huge amount of water coming down. And the water passed right over. The drainage in the city, the drainage in the street was unable to accommodate, and there was a massive amount of flooding down on Las Posas Road, as you may remember. So the other issue is, why do I think there's grading going to occur there is because there's already landfill being deposited on the particular property. So these are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And your photographs and letter are on our dais up here to take a look at. My question to you is, already there is an allowance for 6 lots there. This zone request would allow for 7. So is it the extra lot that you think would make that difference regarding drainage, or would make things more difficult regarding drainage?
I'm not an engineer. I don't know about these things. This is, I don't know when the other application or the 6 lots were approved. I'm assuming they've been long-standing.
I think that's just what the zoning would allow. What they're looking at is making it more dense than what currently is allowed.
Well, my question is, on this size of lot with a change, will there be an accommodation? Is there enough space to provide an accommodation for the drainage? And when I looked at the map, it looked as though some of those parcels are right in that area where the water does flow during normal rainfall.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And our last speaker card on this is Phil Guthrie. Good afternoon.
I reside at the same house. My name is Phil Guthrie, and I live at 1081 Mesa, and I just want to reiterate my concern. In February 7th, 1998, in the front page of Ventura section of the Los Angeles Times, they had a picture of East Loop looking up at the debris and the flooding that had occurred that had gone right through that particular property. You know, we were able to see it. And I'm very, very concerned. Randy Richardson, who's in the Planning Commission of the City of Camarillo, is also very concerned. He doesn't see how it's plausible, in his own words, given the current engineering that they have. The other question I have is, this property falls within the sphere of influence of the City of Camarillo. The City of Camarillo requires that any power poles that are contiguous to the property are underground, and I would want to see that done as well. Respectfully request that would be done as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That will close the public hearing portion. Does the board have any questions on this? Supervisor Michaels? Excuse me, did you also want to speak on this? If you would, you go ahead and speak, but afterwards, if you would fill out a card, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I apologize for that. Good evening. My name is Jeff Pengelly. I'm the project applicant. I'd just like to address some of the concerns expressed. First of all, the drainage is being analyzed by an engineering firm that we've hired. I'm a civil engineer. I understand drainage issues. It is our highest concern with the use of this property, the drainage issues that have been raised and that we've been aware of. The seventh lot, let me explain why we're asking for this zone change. We're running into net lot size issues with fire department access roads and some potential drainage easements. All this net lot size change is going to allow us to develop a more organized development, perhaps more symmetrical, and to accommodate a minimum of 6 lots. The seventh lot, in all practicality, may end up being dedicated as a detention basin for these drainage issues. We're still studying that. But if that is the case, we would still have 6 lots developed for residences.
Mr. Supervisor Flynn, you have a question?
Yes, you're saying that the drainage problem can be corrected.
That's being studied. We just have done some very...
You don't know yet. Though.
Correct. If it cannot be mitigated, we're not going to develop such a drainage project.
So that will be through the process.
That will be under the track map process. We've received some preliminary comments back on our earlier submittal. Now, my understanding is the track map would be tied to this zone change, so those issues simply have to be addressed under that process.
Do you agree with the staff report that says initially they intended to subdivide the parcel into 6 lots? However, according to the applicants, the unanticipated cost of connecting to the city sewer system prompted the need to create and sell an additional lot?
I would agree to the extent that we are likely going to lose a lot for these drainage issues and for some other fire department access issues. And with the high cost of road improvements and the sewer line, that would not bode well for the overall success of the project. So we've added the 7th lot under this zone change with that acknowledgement, and also understanding that that 7th lot may be the lot that goes away to form a detention basin. Thereby, we will not be losing any lots below the 6.
So you will be able to have, instead of 20,000 square foot acre lots, you'll need a 13,000 square foot acre lot to accommodate the 6 houses, because you may need a detention basin or something on that lot.
And other fire department access easements that we are working on at this point. If you'll notice the zone change area exhibit, there are lots ranging in size from 22,000 net square feet down to 13,900. So we're not taking it down to the absolute maximum density. And the city of Camarillo has also asked that we adhere with a 2.5 dwelling units per acre requirement, which we're more than happy to do. I'd also like to point out that it's consistent with the surrounding zoning, and the allowed density is not inconsistent thereby.
What is the acreage of this lot? It was 6.
Gross acreage is 3.21, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Michaels?
I don't know if this is for you or probably more so for staff, but it's my understanding that when you engineer a project like this, that you are required not to change the flow or cause a sheet flow on your neighbor's property by law. Is that not true? Any of you know that? It's my old planning commission days.
Is our understanding that they cannot increase the flow downstream.
Exactly.
That they must basically convey it to properly engineered facility that can handle that. Also, peak flows have to be retained on site according to the Watershed Protection Management District.
Right.
And that's hence they're having to engineer that, and hence they may have to have that basin for that extra lot.
Well, and I would think that that could be looked at as potentially helpful to the entire neighborhood to have that detention basin in high periods of rain. You know, whereas now it's just debris and mud flow and water that goes down there. You know, it would almost be, in my mind, you could almost look at it as they're not getting any more houses than they thought they were ever going to get, but with that seventh lot, you may be benefiting more than just this project. You may be benefiting the downstream owners.
Though you can't require them to do anything but to take care of their own water.
Exactly, but that seems to me to be kind of a side benefit.
Supervisor Long?
Do you have any questions for the applicant? But just some comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Comments, Supervisor Long?
We're going to handle each request? Okay, good. I'd like to suggest that we move with the staff's recommended action on this one. I think that the GPA screening process says that this gives them the opportunity to continue doing the work to prove whether or not this project can work, and addresses the issues that have been raised already by the speakers and the letters we've received. And it is not a promise or a guarantee that when they do all of that, that they come back here and they'll get the zone change and the action they're requesting. It just says prove to the agencies who have regulatory oversight of the conditions that would be put on this property that you can meet those conditions. So the issues related to any water flow, runoff, detention basin, drainage, all of those have to be fully addressed and mitigated and meet the requirements of the law before this is enacted. So this really is a screening, and I think looking at the surrounding community that is developed at the various 13,000, 20,000, it is compatible with that surrounding communities, and I think it meets that first initial test to support moving it through the GPA process.
Is that your motion?
Did I use the right word? Yes. That is my motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Are there any comments? I'm not going to support the motion for a few different reasons. One, there's obviously some constraints on the site that are going to make it, I think, more difficult to develop a higher density if there are, and from what I understand, there are some constraints regarding flood and stormwater runoff. Another reason why I'm not going to support it is because people in the Heights have a particular quality of life that they move there for, and you don't find it too many places in the county, and particularly that close to a city, and those are the nice large lots. And that leads right into my third reason for opposing it, and that is we have guidelines for orderly development that say urban development should occur whenever and wherever practical within incorporated cities, and we know that the city of Camarillo has not signaled its intent to annex this land. So it just seems that if we keep the status quo, we're upholding the guidelines for orderly development here, so I can't support the motion.
Madam Chair, if I might, I'd like to just comment a little bit on that. One is that I think that in my comments, I clearly said if they cannot meet what is required for the drainage issues and the concerns that have been raised, that it certainly wouldn't pass through the final vote. And I think that as noted in the staff report, they already have by right the option to develop potentially six of the parcels of the area. And I agree with you in the final comment, and I think that there has been discussion at the LAFCO board, at the LAFCO Commission, and there has been some limited discussion with the members of the City Council regarding the Heights and whether or not they should eventually be annexed into the incorporated limits of the city. They are a rural community, and the issue has been that it should first go out to some community meetings and address that with the community to see if there is a support for annexation rather than a forced annexation. And I know the city has some interest in doing that. They don't, as noted in the staff report, have any timeline yet on that. But I agree there should be at least a dialogue.
Thank you. I guess another part of it is when I first moved to Ventura County, I was looking for a house, and I just loved the Heights for the quality of life that was there. So I have this kind of interest in wanting to keep it there. With that, if there's no other comments.
You weren't thinking about running for supervisor?
No, I'm definitely out in District 2. I'm not moving. If there's no other comments, we'll go ahead and vote. Everybody in favor except for myself? Yes. Okay, so that will be a 4-1 vote for approval in that screening process, so it'll move forward to the next stage and probably be back before us again. And now I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for the Silver Strand commercial conversion to residential. This is General Plan 05-0007, and Mr. Morehouse will give us the report.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, this is your second screening request for this day. It's GP 05-0007. The applicant and owner for this is Trig Schaefer, who resides at 3529 Ocean Drive in Oxnard. The subject parcel is located at 2200 Roosevelt Boulevard in the commercial district of the Silver Strand Beach community, as depicted here.
We have a question, if you'll hold off a moment.
I'm sorry. You're on Silver Strand.
Yes, Supervisor.
We do have a letter from the Community Service District there. We're going to talk about this item tonight. Their request is to continue the item so they can have this meeting that's been delayed time after time.
If we continue the item, would it have to be continued to a time certain? So would that be right?
I defer to legal counsel on that.
You can continue it any way you like, time certain or not.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to that? The Community Service District would like it to continue. I think we should, to allow them to hear it tonight and make comments.
Okay. It seems to me, would we, if we want to move forward on that, okay, if I was going to ask if we were to move forward on that, if we should allow speakers to speak to the question of the continuance.
You don't have to do that. It's your
Okay.
choice.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn, do you want to have a motion for continuance?
I'd like to accommodate the district. If you read the letter, it looks like they've tried to have a meeting.
So would you like to continue it to after their meeting, so the 28th, for example?
Yes, if possible.
Supervisor Bennett?
If I could, I don't have any problem with the continuance. I just wonder if, as a courtesy of the people who are here, we still hear from them, knowing that we're thinking of continuing.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, so at least it frames the issue. Is that
Would you like to make a motion to hear the public and then to continue the item to the February 28th?
That's my motion.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor?
Second.
And a second. Is there any objection to the motion? Okay, then we will go ahead and continue with your staff report, as well as we'll hear the public speak, but we'll reserve our final decision until after the Community Service District has an opportunity to hear it and give us their comments.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this property is approximately 5,227 square feet. It consists of two legal parcels that are located on the southeast corner of Highland Drive and Roosevelt Boulevard, and that is Exhibit 3, Figure 1, the aerial map. The applicant is requesting to amend our local coastal area plan from the commercial land use designation to the high residential, which is a 6.1 to 36 dwelling unit per acre designation. Request does not require a change to the existing general plan land use designation of existing community. If the general plan screening request is approved, a subsequent application for a zone change from coastal commercial to residential beach harbor 1,750 square feet per single family dwelling zone is proposed. And in addition, a lot line adjustment and local coastal plan amendment through the Coastal Commission will be required. In the letter to your board, which is attached as Exhibit 3, Figure 2, the applicant states his intent to create the two single-family homes on the existing two parcels, orient them towards Highland Drive. He underscores the difficulty with finding a viable commercial use to operate in the existing building due to the lack of available parking. The building is currently vacant. He believes that the best use of the property is for a single-family residential. In July 2003, your board approved a similar screening request submitted by Dennis Nickerson to change the coastal area plan land use designation from commercial to residential high, 6.1 to 36 dwelling units per acre. For the two commercial parcels located on Roosevelt Boulevard directly north of this parcel in the Silver Strand community. Unlike the subject request, however, the Nickerson request is intended to accommodate a rezoning to CR PD 36 DUs per acre to facilitate the construction of 2 apartment buildings of 8 to 10 units each, 25% of which would be affordable to very low-income families. Though Mr. Nickerson's application was screened through, to date, no general plan amendment and rezoning applications, though, have been submitted for that project. Very quickly, the 2 lots are zoned coastal commercial. Their combined size is approximately, again, 5,227 square feet, approximately 2,187 square feet for one and 3,040 square feet respectively. The vacant commercial Coldwell Banker real estate office is currently located at that site. Directly east on Highland Drive are single-family homes and small lots with RBH zoning. And northwest of the site, immediately across from Roosevelt Boulevard, are 2 single-family homes on smaller lots consistent with the harbor area. North of these homes and north of the subject site, the parcels along Roosevelt Boulevard are zoned commercial, coastal commercial as indicated. And a 3-story mixed-use building with commercial downstairs and residential upstairs is located directly north of this site at the Highland Drive Roosevelt Boulevard intersection. Along Roosevelt Boulevard, a diversity of commercial establishments appear to be in operation consisting mainly of fast food restaurants, real estate and management companies, a corner store, cafes, a yoga studio, and miscellaneous retail stores. The applicant does own the 5-foot by 85-foot former alleyway that ran behind the 2 parcels. It was deeded by the County of Ventura to the applicant when the alley was vacated. That alley is already zoned RBH, and if approved, would be combined with the 2 existing parcels for residential purposes. The approval of this request would result in the removal of 2 parcels from the commercial land use designation and rezoning in favor of a residential designation that would allow the 2 single-family homes on the lots, approximately 2,800 square feet in size. Attached in Exhibit 3, Figure 3, is the full staff analysis with regard to this. As Supervisor Flynn indicated, we have now received a letter from the Channel Islands Beach Community Service District. Every other entity, the City of Oxnard, Port Hueneme, and Channel Islands Beach Citizens Association were contacted. We heard nothing. Well, I take it back. There was a brief mention from the City of Oxnard who had no problem with it. For the reasons indicated in the analysis section set forth in the Exhibit 3, Figure 3, the staff recommends that this GPA screening request be conditionally approved for further processing. The recommended actions are the concurrent filing and processing of the applications for the general plan amendment, for the zone change, for the lot line adjustment, and the plan development permit. And as part of the general plan amendment processing, the applicant shall provide an independent economic study of the general plan amendment screening site and other proximate commercial designated sites in the Hollywood by the Sea and Silver Strand Beach sections of the harbor area existing community, with the purpose of providing the Planning Commission and your board with information about the feasibility for commercial development and the impact of this proposed general plan amendment on the viability of the immediate commercial areas. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I believe the applicant is here as well today.
Does the board have any questions? Okay. We have a few cards. If you'd like to reserve and speak at the next meeting, if you want to come to that, you're welcome to do that, or you can speak here. Our first speaker is James Kuykendall.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask, I think that if we continue, these people would be able to speak again when we have another hearing?
Yeah, I would ask that if they're going to speak again, that they speak to something they haven't already spoken to here. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jim Kuykendall. I'm the manager of the Channel Islands Beach Community Services District. And we have a paucity of commercial development potential within the district. This is a very small district, very limited amount of commercial development. The district is going to meet tonight, and I don't know what their determination will be in regards to this. My recommendation is against it because of the limits on the commercial development and impacts on increased residential development. Parking is an issue on all the properties in the beach, as many of you are aware, and so that would continue to be a problem. And other than that, we thank you for postponing this action on this until a later date.
Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you. Our next speaker is Patty Merrill for Connie Beersley. Firely. Good afternoon, Patty.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Patty Merrill, and I'm speaking for my parents, Bob Haley and Connie Byerly, who own the lot next door. I think it's 218 Highland. and they would like to build on that property someday soon. And I don't understand about the part that they own the alley, because my mother has been paying taxes on half of that alley. And also about the lot line adjust. I don't want there to be any lot line adjust if possible, because we only have 10 feet clearance on each side to build, and that's a really funny shaped little lot. We don't have much room in the back to push it back, and we have that 20 feet in the front. So we need every inch that we can possibly keep. And that's, them building, we have no problem, but we just want that alley and no variances.
Okay, what I would recommend is that after this hearing, you have an opportunity to speak with staff to look at the issue of the lot line particularly, and the alley. It does sound like the alley was transferred to the new owner.
Right, well, how can that be when it was abandoned? It went half to...
We don't have the details, but I would recommend that if you can stay till after this hearing, we can get you those answers.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And we also have Carolyn Geller. Good afternoon, Ms. Geller.
Hello. I live at the house next to the lot that was just mentioned. My objection is that we have so many residents. There's 90 houses on our street of Highland. It's the longest street in the Hollywood by the Sea, Silver Strand area. We have probably each house has 3 cars, 2 boats, 4 surfboards, motorcycles, etc. And the motorcycles, the surfboards, and the boats go in the garage, and the cars are on the street. And therefore, parking is terribly limited, so much so that some of the cars park on Roosevelt, and in order that they just park on Roosevelt. So my biggest objection is the congestion that these 2 homes most likely will cause on Highland Drive.
And congestion specific to parking.
Parking.
Right. Thank you very much. And then with the owner of the land, Trigg Schaefer, would you like to speak? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Trigg Schaefer, I live at 3529 Ocean Drive, and I own the parcel we're talking about to address the first or the last 2 concerns. In regard to the alleyway, what the county did and does and has done with properties like that, when they abandon them, they give half to one side and half to the other. So she still has her half, we have our half. So that's the confusion, I guess, for her about why she thought we took hers or something. But
I see a little relief back there. Yeah. Thank you for that information.
Sure. In regard to density or parking, I know Carolyn quite well. She does have a house a couple doors down from me, and if I do build, I believe she'll lose some view, which I think is the issue. And not that parking and people misusing the properties isn't an issue, but as far as the difference between what they're parking now and what there would be in regard to what we've had for the last I don't know how many years, 30, 40 years with the commercial, it's the whole issue of parking and traffic and all that would be cut way down. To less than, a fraction of what it is now, with 2 families living in 2 homes as opposed to the business that we had that was pretty active and very, in some ways, dangerous as far as driving and parking goes. But I'd like to also address Mr. Kuykendall's issue of postponing this, because the first hearing that I was told about was in December the 13th, I believe, and I was leaving town. I told him it was Christmas coming up, and I was leaving, and he said, fine, we'll reschedule that for after Christmas, which he did. And that day, he called me and said, "You're on the list today, or on the agenda tonight to speak on your case." And I said, "I need more time than to be told that morning that I'm being added to the agenda." So he said, "Well, okay, if you want to be off of it, we can reschedule. There's still time before this screening," and that was what I expected to happen. So I expected to be going to a meeting, I believe it would have been last week, would have been the first opportunity. He said there would be plenty of time for him to respond to your request for what their feeling was about the issue. Well, they changed their whole, apparently I understand they changed their scheduling of their meetings, so there was no meeting last week. So this is the first meeting that they're having, and my understanding is that I'll have an opportunity every 6 months, or at least that's what I was told by Tricia Meyer, who was my caseworker on this issue back in the beginning. So I guess that won't, if you're going to just delay your thing till after they have their meeting, that I'm assuming that won't be, I'd have to wait 6 months to come here again to do this?
No, it would be as if we had decided today, but we're waiting for 2 weeks.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well, the parcel is 2 lots, and I did do a handout that I'm assuming you all have. And the first part of it was, it shows a home that was built back in 1959. There's some old pictures that we were able to dig up. Shows the fireplace, and actually when I bought the property in 1990, it was a commercial, or was being used commercial. It had obviously been a house. The zoning was for residential back when it was built. There was still a kitchen in there. There were still full bathrooms and so forth. So it was originally zoned residential. It was built as residential, and eventually it was used for commercial use. The size of the lot doesn't conform to the minimum size of the coastal commercial use, which I believe is 10,000 square feet. It's a little more than half that. Again, a viable business on that size lot with the type of parking is extremely difficult. We survived, but we worked very hard at it, and it was an issue with neighbors, again, with parking and basically traffic. The Nickerson property that came before you was a larger, much bigger parcel, and again they were going for residential, and I know the community was very concerned about that. I'm talking about 2 homes, one of which I would live in, and I believe that residential is the best use for that property, not just because of the financial situation, which is, again, it's because of parking and the square footage you can build for that size of property. It makes it hard to have anything that would work. That's a difficult location, and it's at the very end of the commercial belt there. As you look at it, there's nothing but residential around it, and then it starts the commercial. And that street right there, the speed limit is 25 till you get to about our building, and then it goes up to 35 just as you pass that. That's been an issue over the years. It's been hard to get in and out of there. Again, with the lots, some of the parking facing Roosevelt there. We've had at least 2 accidents that I know of since I own the property, with people backing out onto Roosevelt and being hit by somebody coming that direction. So having the lots going the other direction, facing Highland, I think is a lot safer. I know there would be less potential of accidents. Also, the resources and the water, the trash, everything else would be considerably less than what it is right now. So I'm not sure what the water department's concerned about as far as that goes. I know 2 families use a lot less water and a lot less of the other resources than a business that's open 7 days a week. Also, at the other end of the, it doesn't show it on that map there, but if you look, the colored aerial that you have, and again, it stops before you can see it on the left-hand side, the last commercial lot. Yeah, mine has it. Yours doesn't. Yeah, maybe I can stick that here. Yeah. I'm going to point. I'll use this thing. Okay. I see. This lot right here, where it's 2 lots that was commercial right there, that face the harbor, there used to be a restaurant there called DW at Montgomery's, and there was also, I think prior to that was Pizza Chief or whatever. It was, to my knowledge, and it's the best I can find, was a commercial lot. And if you look at the parcel map, again, behind the colored aerial shot that you have, you'll see that the lots did face Roosevelt, and that they were adjusted to face San Nicolas, looking toward the harbor. And that's those properties. Right now, there's 2 homes that were built in the last year on that property. That's essentially the same situation as I have with my 2 lots. And that would have been more appropriate looking at the harbor for a commercial type of venture. Again, once you get to more than 2 lots, it gets a little easier to conceive of a commercial idea. But with just 2 lots, again, with parking, it becomes a difficult issue.
Okay. You have exceeded your time. If
I had
you'd like to wrap up, thank you.
Okay. One more thing. The county has recommended approval to this point, but the one condition that makes it extremely difficult and probably make it almost impossible is that they're recommending that we do a economic study of the viability of commercial uses in something like that, which in essence is asking us to do a fairly extensive, expensive proposition for the purpose of everybody in that area, and all we're doing is building 2 homes. And to ask us, the burden would be insurmountable for us to do that. So I don't think that's appropriate when you're building 2 homes to have to come up with a reason that the Coastal Commission will, and again, it wasn't done on those other 2 lots to my knowledge. So I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And maybe we can have staff address the requirement and the necessity for that.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
Supervisor
have just a
Long.
question, because now there's been the action to continue this to the 28th, and since you had difficulty with the other calendar, are you available on the 28th?
28th of this month?
Right.
Yes, 2 weeks.
Okay. And then the other question I have, it seemed that we had this discussion on the Nickerson GPA, and that they actually did a analysis of the business or economic viability in this area.
Well, they actually did.
A market analysis.
What they did is they simply confirmed that they didn't actually do a market analysis per se. What they did is an inventory of other commercial properties in the area, and then claimed that because they had tried to sell it for that purpose, it stood to reason that it wasn't needed. Our understanding is, given the fact that the Coastal Act says visitors serving commercial is a higher use priority than residential, even though we may accept it as the county, they have to convince the Coastal Commission. So actually, the reason for the condition is so that if they go through and if your board approves it, they don't get up to the Coastal Commission and have them say, well, you haven't addressed this very critical issue of highest and best use under the Coastal Act. I do agree that there's a difference between the Nickerson in that since their properties are so large, they effectively would eliminate any commercial at all in that area, as opposed to these 2 lots, which are substantially smaller in scale. And I would say that they have to do a study, but it doesn't have to involve necessarily the Nickerson property to provide the documentation necessary for the Coastal Act, finding a consistency.
Supervisor Flynn?
Have you talked about the scope of the study with the applicant?
My direction to the staff was basically include the same conditions as we did on the Nickerson. And until that issue was raised today, no, we had not had the opportunity to dialogue about that. So that's why I would say it's appropriate for your board, should you screen it through, to limit the scope to these 2 parcels and not involve necessarily the Nickerson property per se.
And is it the duty of the county to require the applicant to meet the guidelines that may be necessary to get a Coastal Commission permit? Or if they simply meet our guidelines, it's, buyer beware kind of thing as they go to the Coastal Commission. If they don't have that study, that's, not our problem.
Well, it is our responsibility to meet the Coastal Act, and we have to advise your board in making the same findings as the Coastal Commission would have to
Okay.
make.
So we do need to have the information available in order to make the same decision that will essentially be made for real at the Coastal Commission.
Correct.
Okay. All right, with that, then, if there's no other questions by the board, we will continue this to a time certain on February 28th. And would you have an idea, Roberta, what time that could be so we can let the people here know?
If I might, I believe we have two other planning items scheduled in the afternoon that on the 28th, so this could be added to that calendar of events at a 1:30 time certain, and customarily continued items are taken first, so this would be the item heard at 1:30.
Okay, so we will go ahead then and schedule this again in 2 weeks on February 28th at 1:30 p.m., and you're welcome to come back for that. Thank you. And now we'll close that and move on to opening the public hearing for the Oakview Residential Neighborhood Rezoning. This is General Plan 050008, and that's our last hearing for the day. Mr. Morehouse.
Madam Chairman, Supervisors, this request, GP 050008, is made by Wayne and Deborah Pendry, reside at 309 Riverside Drive, one of the affected parcels. They are being represented by their applicant, Stephen Perlman of 7811 Marin Line here in Ventura. This is approximately a 17,424 square foot parcel. That's in the top portion of the exhibit here. In the Live Oak Acres community of Oakview, there are 10 additional parcels affected by the application that are contiguous to each other, that are, again, not well shown here, but outlined in yellow. They are located directly south and along Riverside Drive and southwest of Sycamore Road and Burnham Road, and that, again, is Exhibit 4, Figure 1 in your board packet. The applicants, represented by Mr. Perlman, are requesting to amend the above described 11 parcels existing general plan land use designation from UR urban residential 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre to UR 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre. The letter from Mr. Perlman is shown in your packet as Exhibit 4, Figure 2, and he explains the applicant's intent to construct a second dwelling unit and the difficulty in accomplishing this given the revisions to the county's non-coastal zoning ordinance for second dwelling units from May of 2003. The planning records show that the subject parcels are zoned RE, rural exclusive, 10,000 square feet back in 1961, and in 1983, the zoning was changed to RE 20,000 for this parcel and the neighboring parcels. Some of the larger parcels in the surrounding Live Oak Acres neighborhood were rezoned RE 1 acre, and the purpose of the zoning designation was to prevent further land divisions consistent with the goals and policies and land use map of the Ojai Area Plan. The Pendry parcel, as well as many of the neighboring parcels in the Live Oak Acres, became legal nonconforming when this zone change was approved. In 2003, your board, in an effort to address the concerns about affordable housing and to comply with the state requirements, amended our language of Section 8107-1.7 of the non-coastal zoning ordinance as it relates to second dwelling units. Section E of that part of the ordinance, section was further to refine that on parcels less than 20,000 square foot in area, second dwelling units shall be allowed only on parcels that conform to the minimum lot area standard for that zone and that have a minimum lot area of 10,000 square feet. In this instance, the applicant would like the ability to apply for a second dwelling unit, but is constrained due to the fact that the lot of the principal client, although 17,424 square feet in size, is still less than the prescribed 20,000 square feet called for in the RE 20,000 square foot zone. Therefore, since the lot is non-conforming, a second dwelling unit would not be allowed. The applicant contends that although the lot is less than 20,000 square feet in total area, they have the size to easily accommodate a second dwelling unit, and therefore they should be allowed to build one. In the Ojai Valley Area Plan land use designation, were to be changed for this parcel and the immediately adjacent parcels from UR 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre to UR 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre, then all 11 parcels adjacent could be allowed a second dwelling unit. The 11 parcels affected by this screening request are currently zoned RE 20,000 square foot within the Ojai Valley Area Plan land use designation of urban residential 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre, and the general plan designation is existing community. The adjoining parcels are zoned RE 2 acre and OS 20 acres to the east, RE 1 acre to the south, and RE 10,000 acres to the west and north. The complete analysis is found in your board packet as Exhibit 4, Figure 3. I don't wish to gloss it over. However, for expediency's sake, the main thrust and concern of this has to deal with the potential for precedent setting. We have provided you an analysis, which is found in Figure 4, Exhibit 4, of the different sizes of parcels within the Live Oaks existing community, and a breakdown between those that are less than 20,000 square feet and those that are greater than 20,000 square feet. We have notified the City of Ojai, the Citizens Preserve the Ojai, Oakview Civic Council, Saddle Mountain HOA, Municipal Advisory Committee, and Friends of the Ventura River. We've heard nothing to date from any of those bodies. So real briefly, the staff recommendation for the reasons indicated in the analysis section set forth in Exhibit 4 and Figure 3. In this instance, the staff recommends that the request be denied for further processing. However, if your board elects to approve the subject application, the staff recommends these following conditions: that the subject request be concurrently processed and filed with the application for a general plan amendment and a zone change, and the applicant shall submit signatures from all 11 affected property owners at the time of their application for the ZPA, GPA, and the zone change. And with that, I'll entertain questions.
Supervisor Bennett?
Supervisor Michaels and I are speculating that you just misspoke when you said it's zoned 10,000 acre feet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I probably
right.
did. Speaking too fast.
No problem.
Dyslexic reading here. It's 10,000 square foot. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the board at this time? I do have a few public comment cards, so we'll go to those. The first one is Wayne Pendry. As I understand, the applicant is Steve Perlman, is representing. Would you like to go last so you can hear the comments of other members of the public? I didn't see marked on the card. I have 3 cards, I guess. Why don't you go ahead? They're all in support. So.
Yeah, if I could maybe at the end, well, I might not need to wrap up, given that everyone is in support. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Steve Perlman, representing the Pendrys on this issue. And basically our request before you is only for the non-conforming lots, to take them out of that non-conforming status. It does create problems in this situation. What we had done in order to test the waters was to file a second dwelling unit, which, according to the staff counter, met everything except for the non-conforming status. Plenty of room on the property, small enough, and this area is a non-traffic impact area of the area of Ojai. It's important, I think, to understand that none of these lots could be further subdivided. Not one of them is 20 acres, so there would be no subdivisions. It's only those lots under 20,000 square feet that we're looking at. Again, I said it was not a traffic impact area like the remainder of the Ojai area, and there are no known objections to this. It's our intended purpose to build a second dwelling unit. I know the board has discussed affordable housing many times in the past and looking for a way to do it, and I know we've all attended. I've seen many of you at a number of conferences and workshops on how to provide affordable housing. And also, I think, as the staff has indicated in their staff report, this request really is in compliance with the general plan. And it is not a subdivision, and it's not technically an increase in density according to the general plan. We believe basically that the second dwelling unit ordinance on non-conforming lots in the RE20 zone, when everything else can be 10,000 square feet, is basically somewhat of an unfair provision, especially given, and I'll get to that in a minute, given the number of other criteria that you have to meet for a second dwelling unit. One of the conditions is, if you would approve this to move forward, is that the neighbors all sign. We had 6 neighbors sign. 2 of the lots are actually, those 2 lots right there are actually under 10,000 square feet. So they, under any circumstance, could not have a second dwelling unit. And there are probably 20% of the lots shown there in yellow by real quick count, not accurate, that are less than 10,000 square feet. So there isn't all that many lots available under this scenario. So we basically seek your concurrence here today, and we'll move forward on it. Hopefully we don't need to get everybody's signature. I think some of the problems that we've come across are that some of the owners are afraid of the county, afraid of what might happen, afraid of the process. Well, they've been concerned about having to tie into sewer. There is no sewer out there. And they are afraid that their property taxes are going to be automatically increased. And I know staff, Tricia, had talked to several and tried to allay their fears to no avail. So basically, we seek your concurrence here today to change the land use. No subdivisions would be allowed or would occur, and basically ask you to fulfill one of the goals of the Ojai Valley Area Plan that reads, for urban residential, to have a diversity of housing types for all segments of the population, as well as provide housing opportunities affordable to people of all incomes. And I think that's pretty much just one of the other comments in your staff report is that staff concludes that the subject proposal has the potential to be in conformity with all applicable goals and policies of the general plan. So we don't see any issue here as far as a precedent, and we look for your concurrence. Hopefully that we'll continue to go get signatures, but I think as you can see, the Pendrys are supported in this action by virtually everyone. Some people are just concerned about signing something on a property that they're basically has a concern about what actions might be taken against them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Will Wayne Pendry be speaking too?
Yes.
Mr. Pendry? Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you, County Supervisors. And I am Wayne Pendry, live at the residence in where we're discussing. I also am a director on the board for the Ventura County Contractors Association, and as such, I'm chairman for the Green Building Committee. This project is a green built project. We're trying to do things that are good for the environment, sustainable, and trying to set an example. In addition to that, from a heart perspective, the reason for building the addition residence is for my sister-in-law who has moved in with us. My wife has been battling cancer for 3 years. Excuse me. And we're trying to provide low-income housing the best way we can within our property. And that's what we're appealing to you to make it so that we can be able to do this. And this is the most cost-effective way we could come up with to build a residence for my sister-in-law on the property. And that's our heart behind it. That's what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Christina Johnston.
Well, happy Valentine's Day.
Yes.
My name's Christine Johnston. I'm a homeowner that's really proud to live at 284 Burnham Road. Right now, I assume that my lot is very large and has a lot of dirt, and I feel I would like to have a second dwelling on my property approved by the Building and Safety Department of Ventura, because I am proud that I built a home and hooked up to city sewer, and it has improved my living standard as well as being a young homeowner in this area. I feel that to have a second dwelling will allow me to have another nice structure in our neighborhood that would improve and not be any problem to any parking or driving. It's a very good, positive thing to be able to have a second home. And I hope you guys have the power to say that we can go ahead and have a second dwelling. It would improve our neighborhood, and I would like to see new constructions and have people feel comfortable to go into the county of Ventura to say this is what I would like and hear me out. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing and move on to board discussion. Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. First, I'd just like to ask staff, we've heard from the applicant, but staff has recommended that we not go forward, and I'd like to just have you summarize your rationale, particularly the issue of the precedents, your rationale for why the staff's recommendation is to deny.
Yes, board members, the applicant, I think we tried to discuss it in our staff report, I think makes some very valid points. What staff, the rationale for the recommendation from staff is really geared toward the screening criteria A6, which, and I'll read it to you. When the proposed amendment request would increase residential density permitted by the Ojai Area Plan, it's one of our criteria to be used for denial of a screening project. Density is not specifically defined per se, and so in reviewing the proposal, staff looked at a number of items within our area plan, our general plan, and what have you, and our recommendation is based on a fairly, I would say, conservative interpretation of what density might mean and how second dwelling units might be considered when someone looks at density. There is, in fact, a footnote within the area plan that would suggest second dwelling units might, in fact, not be included in our calculation of intensity. That footnote, and Bruce Smith could comment probably in more detail, that predates my being here at the county, and it has a certain history of its own. But that footnote was put in place back when second dwelling units were a discretionary action and had their own review, all their own. As you know, since that time, second dwelling units have become a ministerial action, and there may be some, I think, interpretation that footnote has a different meaning than it originally was intended to have. In talking with county council and staff today, as we continue to look at it, it's a very complex issue. I don't know that we got any clearer on our interpretation of what that footnote meant or how it should be interpreted. I'd like to be able to tell you that we found some magic bullet in there, but we did not. I think it is still open to some interpretation. But I'll harken back to where planning staff originated, which was that now that second dwelling units are ministerial and not discretionary, that footnote has a different meaning than what it was intended. And so our recommendation is based on a very conservative interpretation of that.
And it's based on the precedent being that the precedent, one of the precedents you were indicating would be established.
Yeah, the precedential nature of it would be if we had similar requests from applicants for properties that are in a similar circumstance, not necessarily exactly the same circumstance, but there may be, let's say, a cluster of parcels of this type of size, but they may have within them or a couple of dwelling units a couple of parcels that might be greater than 20,000 square feet. How would we treat that in our interpretation? It could be construed that this action might be cited as a precedent for approving those. Each one of them is case and fact specific, but it is just something that we always keep in mind. I mean, we try and rely upon past actions when we review future proposals.
Thank you. If I could make these points to the board. One, it's a pretty major issue for us to override staff's recommendation when they do that, but it certainly is, it certainly is something that's possible in terms of doing that. Could somebody with their red pointer just show the lots again? It's the lots on two sides of the street that we're talking about. So it's those lots that have the little dot, those lots there, and then those lots right there. Does everybody see that? In terms of that. And
let me make sure I understand. Those are the non-conforming?
Those are the 11 lots that are in this application. There are other non-conforming lots in there, in this tract, but those are the 11 that are part of this application. Okay. So it's a fairly high threshold to override staff's recommendation. That's one. And two, I think the important issue in my mind is, this is certainly, a compelling case here. The question is, what kind of precedent are we setting? What could be the impacts down the road? So those are the things on the other side, and certainly the Pendrys have made a compelling case. I certainly appreciate that it's going to be a green unit that they're going to try to build, and the situation that they're in. Staff is recommending. I have some willingness to consider this further, but I say willingness. There'd be a lot of things that have to happen down the road in the process. But staff's recommendation is that if we do approve it, we make sure that we get the signatures of those 11 people whose property is being rezoned. Right? So we have those 11 lots whose property is being rezoned. We have 6 of them that have signed saying it's okay for the Pendrys to apply, but only 1 of them have signed on the application. And my understanding here is what staff is recommending is we ought to have an application that the 11 people whose properties are going to be rezoned signed, correct? Right. All right. So staff is saying, look, if you're going to have an application that rezones 11 properties, you ought to have the 11 property owners say, yes, that they want that to happen. So that's an interesting issue. So then turn to the Pendrys letter, and in the Pendrys letter, they document that they've contacted the property owners, and as Mr. Perlman identified, some have refused to sign. And what they're saying is some have refused to sign because of misunderstandings. They think their property taxes are going to go up, or they'll have to hook up to city sewers, et cetera. And they've been assured that's not the case. I have my concern is if we, for example, I'll throw it at you 2 ways, but if we override staff's recommendation, we are setting a precedent, because what we're doing is saying to staff, any other time one of these comes forward, we would want you to approve that the pre-screening step. Correct? I mean, if we did that. And then we find that these 11 property owners are not willing to be part of the application. We've set the precedent, and we don't have, we set the precedent, and we don't even get the benefits of the project. So I am hearing, we're sort of hearing third party that some property owners definitely are opposed to having their property rezoned. They don't mind the Pendrys getting their second dwelling, but they're opposed to having their property rezoned. And so we set that precedent in that situation. Now, if today we deny the Pendrys, they would have to wait 2 years before they could come back and apply for this to try to get this issue sorted out with the 11 property owners. And so I'm not proposing that we deny. That would be too long of a delay. But I'm also think that it would be inappropriate for us to say yes today to 11 property owners starting into the general planning process, into the screening process, without knowing that they actually are willing to do that. And it may be that they're willing to say, I'm not even opposed to my property being changed. I just don't want to sign that rotten document with the county. Well, I would just like to have verification of that. So what I would propose is that we simply continue this. That doesn't kick the Pendrys for the next 2 years. We continue this so that we can have a healthy and more documented conversation with those 11 property owners. Find out what it is, because I would not want a property owner coming here saying, you're putting me on an application to rezone property, and I haven't even been willing to sign that application. So I hope you think that's fair. And I think that gives us an opportunity. It allows me to sort of deal with the scuttlebutt that I've heard recently. And you don't have to wait 6 months. I'm not saying postpone for the 6-month thing. That we just whatever time it takes to get this resolved with these 11 property owners and see where we are. And maybe it ends up becoming a...
Is that a motion?
Yeah, so that's...
Second.
Thank you.
And if I could, I'd like to make a comment. I think what I heard most was that staff was being ultra conservative in this determination and in this request. And we've done a lot of changing of general plan, zoning designations, and land use designations, et cetera, without any signatures from any of the property owners. As I recall, our latest general plan amendment discussion would affect a lot of property owners who weren't even notified that we would go from 10 to 20 or whatever it was. So I find that a bit of a specious argument. Now, the only thing that saves my comment, or saves me from saying it's absolutely not the right way to go, is the fact that this private party is implicating the other lots, whereas with us, I still believe that notification has to happen when we do those things, and it has not appropriately happened yet. But in this case, I think it's probably fair to continue the dialogue. I don't know that I'm in the position that I want to require signatures on the application, but some indication that it's okay, I could be very comfortable with, because I think that's all that we need to know, is that they're comfortable with this. And I would think anybody who has a non-conforming lot, if we can get rid of that non-conforming, quote unquote, they're much better off into the future. And it may be just an misunderstanding, and with some dialogue and discussion, things could be good. So I'm happy to support your motion, and I'm pleased that you don't want to just throw this, into the forget it for 2 years pot, because I don't think that's fair either.
Comment, Supervisor Flynn?
I will support the motion, and I'm not a ultra-liberal, I don't think, maybe a bleeding heart one, right? So I'm a lot sensitive to the situation. I think government has to be sensitive. If there's a way to move here, then we should try to accomplish what the applicant is asking. This is a case-specific item. I would conclude that the precedents that people have identified as being set, if this is approved, isn't necessarily a precedent.
If I could,
Yeah.
Supervisor Flynn, we have spent considerable time talking about what precedents are set and what precedents aren't. And I think two things. One, if we do at a future date approve this, we need to be very clear about what precedents we are intending to not set, as well as what precedents we're intending to set, so that staff doesn't have any misunderstanding. But there are some precedents that if we approve the action, we are setting them, and we can't say, and we don't intend to set that. We just don't have a choice. So it is, for example, can the other lots be split? We can say, no, that's not what we're intending to do. Can the other people come in and ask for second dwelling units? Yes. And can we say we don't want to set that precedent? No, we can't say that. So there's some we have, and that's part of why there's some value in a continuance, is it allows us to have the last 48 hours of fairly intense conversations get a little more germinated and flushed out.
I would agree with you. The issue here is the property is less than 20,000 square feet, right? And if it were 10,000, and it's non-conforming, as it is now, if it were 10,000 square feet, then the applicant would be able to do what he's suggesting. It seems like a strange, illogical situation that we're in here.
I'd like to, if I might, just one. I appreciate that you put the motion forward. I think this is complex and has a lot of questions, and to work with the interested parties and try to see if there can be some consensus reached. I think we are challenged, and will continue to be challenged, in how to develop in the unincorporated areas these opportunities for second dwelling units, for units that help to accommodate our housing demands. And I think that the applicant has been very forthright in their effort here, and so if we can just take whatever more time is needed to try and get, and I would hope that we can help them in getting at least the information out, not to bias the decision, but the information to those who have questions to answer their questions straightforward. Are their property taxes going to go up? What's the answer to that question? So that the misinformation or misunderstanding that's out there, I don't know that we'll ever change someone's opinion of whether the county's good or bad, but we can try. I support the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody's in support, and we'll look forward to seeing it again and wish you luck. And with that, we are adjourned. Something I've